Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome back to the Rack Billiard Club for our final day of action here. And we have plenty still going on. 6 titles still to be won. We've had 3 great days of action, plenty of titles handed out already, but we've got our 3 opens, the Iowa Open, the Iowa Women's Open, and the Junior Open as well, and all the second chance events. There's a lot going on in the building still, but for us, we're going to be focusing on the Iowa Open over the course of the next few hours. We'll keep you updated on everything else that's going on as well. We have got some matches coming up for you from the last 64 of the competition. All the first round knockout stages following the group games were played late last night, and then we are into the last 64 this morning with Chris Melling taking on Joey Gray in our first match, and then Justin Bergman and Eric Charlton in our second match. That's 2 blockbuster games for this early in the competition. Then we'll see a couple of matches from the last 32 and one from the last 16, and depending on how the schedule goes, we might get another match from the last 16 or a quarter-final, or maybe we'll be able to dip into the women's or the junior event as well. So just keep an eye on this. It's a fairly fluid schedule that we have here. We'll be back tonight. We're going to have the quarterfinals, we'll have semis, and we'll have finals from all the events as well. You will not miss a minute of it here on Ultimate Pool USA, Facebook and YouTube. So let's just get into the arena. You can see behind me right now Chris Melling and Joey Gray. They are ready to go. They've already lagged up. They are ready. It's races to 7. It's knockout pool now. And let's hand it to your commentator crew, Mike DeMarco and Tony the Tiger Holgate.
Thank you very much, Simon. Very glad to be here on day 4 of the Iowa Open here in Des Moines. Rack Billiard Club is already buzzing. And what a match we have to start. Chris Melling, Joey Gray into the final 32 of the Open event. And I am Mike DeMarco. And joining me, Mr. Tony Holgate. Tony, what do you think of this opening matchup?
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 is incredible, especially at this stage of the tournament, last 64. Chris Melling, Joey Gray. We've seen plenty of these guys in shootouts and what have you this weekend. Obviously, Chris winning the shootout the other night. And then up after this, Justin Bergman and Eric Charlton. 2 more very familiar faces. This one then, race to 7.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this. And I saw Chris Melling's performances, and, it's kind of been the Chris Melling show thus far this week. And I'll tell you what, he's won basically everything. Made it to the finals in our 10-ball showdown, but the Rocket Rodney Morris edging him out yesterday, the evening. And I'll tell you what, it's really tough to get Chris Melling off it once he's feeling comfortable out there. So Joey Gray definitely has his hands full.
Yeah, he's in absolute top form, Chris Melling.
And Joey Gray had what looked to be a good performance, his first showing here in the shootout, but for some reason couldn't close on the 8-ball.
Nope.
All right, we're off. Opening break. Doesn't look like anything's fallen, so Joey Gray out of his seat. Looking to redeem his previous performance here. Joey's done very well on this arena table. And as you said, Tony, a very familiar face. And it appears he's going to open with a bank on the 1-ball here.
Yeah, try not the 7 out. Got quite a bit into that.
Yeah.
I thought he would have tried to, maybe he did and he just got a hold of it because of the cloth being so reactive. But that would have been a shot to just nudge that over towards the side pocket.
Unfortunate.
He's still got other options.
Yeah, I think he's going to play the 5 and try to nudge that 7 out, and he'll have the 3 as his backup shot. And that is very unfortunate. He ends up right behind that 10-ball. Not even a piece of the ball available, Tony. That's a tough roll. Needed to dig just a hair more on that 5-ball, come across the face of the 10. But he's going to come up with something here. Very likely 1-rail kick on the 3-ball. And if he can actually hit it thin, there's a chance he can have the cue ball navigate up near that 2 and the 4. near that top right corner pocket.
I've clipped the 11 first, so that's going to be ball in hand for Chris Melling.
Yeah, that's usually a recipe for disaster. Give up ball in hand to Chris Melling.
Yeah, you can't see any problems here on strikes for Chris. This will be a nice little arm loosener this morning for him.
Yeah, that's usually what a player looks for. Just one opening shot with an open table. Get that arm loose. Get into stroke, as we say. And this is exactly what Chris has here. Yeah, you never want to go out your first match of the day and try to run full speed immediately. You got to kind of stretch a bit and get prepared. And as you said, something to kind of get the juices flowing. And Chris is looking like he's going to do just that here. 3 balls remain.
Yeah, take the 9 now, right on, dead straight on it. This is going to be the opener for Melling.
And he arrives very nicely on this 8 ball, and that'll do it. 1 rack to 0, Chris Melling. Tell you, Tony, it's been a lovely week here at the Rack Billiard Club. A lot of folks, pros, spectators, and a lot of the amateur players coming out. You know, this is an amazing pool room. Really just an immaculate setup here.
Yeah, incredible place, and once again we've been looked after very, very well by everyone here. Pat and all his staff have been just A1. It's been brilliant.
Yeah, Pat's definitely taking care of everyone this week. And tell you what, the fans definitely getting a treat. Lots of high-quality pool. We've seen a couple of perfect performances from some players on this arena table. And I mean, it doesn't get much better than that, Tony.
No, it's been the standard's been incredibly high. Of course, we had the 10 ball as well last night, didn't we? That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, the 10 ball, nice to see a little change of pace. And
yeah,
you saw Rodney Morris kind of open up and do what he does. You know, he's another one of those very special kind of players. And, you know, the 10 ball format really just kind of spoke to his style and allowed him to do his thing. So congrats to Rodney Morris, the Rocket, the champion of the 10 ball showdown. But right now, it's Joey Gray, Chris Melling. Breaking square on the head ball. Narrowly avoids the scratch there, Tony, but he is going to find success.
Yeah, nice break there from Joey.
Little head nod there. Perhaps looking like he was going to shoot the 12, but it doesn't pass. So, solids it is.
Yeah, the solids are a lot more appealing.
Yeah, the 8 ball blocked by the 9, but it does have 2 available pockets, left side pocket and bottom right corner.
Yeah, the side pocket, I would imagine, because the 6 just leads onto it. So
yeah,
what he wants to do here is get rid of the 7 and the 3, get straight behind the 6 into the bottom left and just basically leave the cube where the 6 is. Oh, Joey. That's not what he wanted. He wanted to just rub into that 12 ball, and he's got a bit deep there. And this, again, is that cloth that's so reactive.
Yeah, he dug a little deep there.
Yeah.
So Joey's going to look for a recovery shot here. And very nice recovery shot.
Yeah, and he's actually left himself a nice little bit of angle there on that 3 ball, so he can just run this in, come off the bottom rail and right up behind the 8. Because those shots into the side pockets, you want to be right behind them straight. You don't want to be a long way away, because you can see how narrow they are.
And I think he's done well here, Tony. This should be no issue for Joey to tie us up here. And nonetheless, Chris Melling will be breaking our third rack. So Joey losing his advantage, getting that first shot in rack 1.
And in goes the 8-ball, Joey Gray, firing straight back at Melling. 1 rack each.
Yeah, this is kind of a nice pace. I think both players are kind of working themselves into today's matches. And again, we're into the final 32 of the Open. We have a couple of those matches coming up for you. And we're going to feature some of the final 16. But we have yet to determine who those players will be. But as expected, a lot of the cream rising to the top. And some of those familiar names making it through. Sometimes you see these matchups, Tony, and it's surprising that one of these players has to get eliminated.
Then that shows you how stacked the field is. You get to the last 64, you've got this, you've got Bergman versus Charlton as well.
Chris Melling just doing a bit of house cleaning there. All right, here we go. Rack 3.
Played a couple of balls.
Yeah, second ball behind the head. Square, 1 rail, straight into the side pocket. 3 ball followed it up.
A little bit compact there for Chris's liking. He'd like them a lot more spread out. So it's going to be some intricate work for Chris to deal with.
Yeah, and that's one of his specialties, really working through those tight positional areas. And looks like Chris is going to make his decision here. It looks like he's going to want to go with the 2 in the side is what he's looking at. But again, there's kind of 12 ways to shoot.
I was going to say, I'd prefer stripes.
Yeah, I think when Chris gets to the table, and most players after the break, they explore every option just to make sure that they're not missing something. And more often than not, they'll make the right decision. Kind of put the 11 into trouble there, Tony.
Yeah. I don't think he meant to nudge it that far over.
No, definitely not. Okay. Yeah. He's found a solution just like that. 15 to the top corner. He can bump into the 2 and the 11.
It's not as easy as it looks because because he's bridging over this 8, he can put some unwanted spin on here.
Yeah, his ball might be moving. And he's not even going to attempt that. He's going to just get his bearings on this 12 ball and try to be precise getting on the 11.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm with you here. I mean, it obviously goes into the side pocket because he would have tried to move it by now, but get position. It's certainly not easy at all. He's going to go behind the 7. Oh, how's that?
Wow.
How is that for position to get that weight?
Well,
that's obscene. That's that. I mean, that positional shot on that table that is like playing on glass. That's an incredible shot to get on that 11 ball, and that's a brilliant finish.
Yeah, and shout out to our table mechanic, Josh Steele, for having it roll that perfectly. No roll off whatsoever. And Chris Melling goes up 2-1. I mean, what a great shot that was, Tony.
Brilliant. Just to get that pace, because you're going away from an area nearly length, sort of like 3/4 of length of the table to pot that ball. You've got to miss that 6 ball that's near that rail and then come back in a very tight gap and get it. I mean, it had to be millimetre perfect, and it was.
Yes, it was. Now, Joey Gray looking to answer back. And, he's playing catch-up now. Right off the bat, Chris breaking dry, that was his advantage. And Joey didn't finish up that first rack, so he's got to hope for Chris to make an error. All right, Joey Gray to break. This is rack 4. A lot of power in Joey's break. Just got to look for the control. He finds 2-ball in the side. And he's got options here. A couple of...
Well, you immediately look at solids because of the top right-hand corner there, but the 3's not very nice.
No.
So if you're going to take him, you want to be making the 1 ball. But I'm thinking, where are you going after that? Because you need that 3 out of there pretty quick. But then stripes aren't an option because of where the 4 is.
He's going to try to thread the gap here, and he did. And I think he's done well there, Tony.
Yeah.
He's still not out of the woods, though. I think maybe play the 5, getting him onto the 7. So he can play the 6 here, but get himself on the 7. He can actually play the cue ball back up to kind of just brush into the 3.
Do you know what? I thought for a second that you might play the 6 off the 3.
You know, I thought
that.
Yeah, I thought he might do something like that, but I don't know if that's Joey's style. But that is a good suggestion there. But I'll tell you what, he's kind of gotten some better options here. The 6-ball available to get him to the 3. But you're going to have to be precise there. Not going to be many backup shots when he gets to that point in the run. Tell you what, he's moving some things around, but it's working out well.
I think he was trying to shift the 9 out the way there. He thought he'd come in thicker into the 13 and push the 9 away from that side pocket and open up there for the 5.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But what he does have up here, he has an angle on the 6 now. We can get that 3 out.
Yeah, he's got to be very precise with how you do this. You can't just run into it and hope something happens.
Well, this is the thing, because he's got to get the 3 out, but he's got to land on it as well, Mike.
Yeah, I think he had the right idea as first indication there. Try to go behind the 3-ball and bump into the 12 soft. You know, that's going to be the ticket because it doesn't put anything into trouble and you'll likely have a shot on that 3. Yeah, he goes into the 3-ball instead.
Yeah, this is tricky now.
Yeah, I mean, the bank available on the 5, and I think he might be forced to play that.
Yeah, I agree. So Jerry Gray requiring a big shot here to keep himself at the table, because just look at the stripes. If he does miss, Melling will be in. Oh, he's made them both.
How about that shot from Joey Gray? Maybe he snatched a little bit of Chris Melling's magic.
That was incredible. 8 up into this top corner. Oh, would you believe it?
Not this again.
Yeah, he missed 2, didn't he, the other day?
Yes, he did.
That's 8-ball syndrome. I'll tell you what, I bet he just thought about that then. 2 days ago.
Well, just now after missing he did, not beforehand. But after missing, sure. He says, not this again.
Yeah, he is absolutely fuming. And hands a very easy finish over to Chris Melling. And he played such a wonderful bank shot there, and he took the 3 and the 5 in the same hit. He got himself nice onto the 8. So this 8-ball for 3-1 to Chris Melling. And in it goes. And the magician finds some clear space between himself and Joey Gray. And this is the missed 8-ball. Incredible after the lovely shot he played before. And that one is going to really haunt him. Melling, on the other hand, well, he'll be thinking, well, that's a right gift. He'd have been sat there thinking, well, it's going to be 2-2.
I'll tell you what, Joey's given up a little bit too much early on here, and Chris Melling still looking in top form, so going to be tough to climb back in.
Melling still staying with that second ball down break. It sort of just glances the head ball and then goes into the second ball down. It's working very well the other night. He's now starting to make balls quite regular again.
Yeah, this is definitely working out for him. I mean, Chris Melling, he's a very smart player, high pool intelligence, and you know, if something's not working, he can make those intricate adjustments to really, you know, figure out how to make it work for him.
Yeah. Obviously, his patterns are very, very good. They're of the highest. He sees shots that other people don't see.
Yeah, sometimes you're looking at Chris Melling and you look at his options and you say, I'm not sure what he's going to shoot here. And he comes with something incredible.
Well, he'd like to either been a bit shorter or come a bit further there.
Yeah, he kind of ended right on top of this 8-ball. Fortunately for him, he still got the 15 as the backup.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The great players leave themselves a backup option.
Yeah, you never want to have just one ball to get to. And, you know, that's kind of the way it goes when you're playing 8-ball. You can't make an error like that when you're down to the last ball or two. You know, we saw byproduct of Joey Gray getting awkward on those last 2 balls. He pocketed the last 2 balls and ended up kind of funny on the 8-ball, so ended up missing.
For a minute there, I thought he was going to take the 10 first, and I thought, well, I'd rather go the other way because it's just, all you do is bring the cue ball out to get behind the 8.
Yeah, good assessment there. Just one rail shape here. He's going to go right behind the 8-ball. Yeah, I didn't think he needed to move the ball that much, but hey, Chris can do whatever he likes.
He can indeed. And then goes the 8, and it is now 4-1 to the Yorkshireman from England.
So I'm walking with a massive one-piece cue case earlier this morning. I was hoping you could help me elaborate on that. Chris Melling, yeah.
Yeah, that's his Chinese 8-ball cue. It's like a snooker cue, so it is a one-piece, so it doesn't come apart.
Yeah, he was saying it was a one-piece cue. He's going to China after this, play some Chinese 8-ball.
And he'll be using that.
And he uses that cue, one-piece cue.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Well, they're all back in the UK, if most of the snooker players. Some have a 3/4 split. But he did say, because obviously he had this issue with the cues staying at Heathrow when we came back. And that's because if he'd have just come with his American cues that are just 2-piece split, you could have put them in his suitcase.
That's right. Chris Melling, traveling the world, playing all disciplines of cue sports. And for someone to compete at that level in multiple disciplines, it just shows you why he's one of the all-time greats.
Yeah, he can switch all the different ball-sized games. I mean, these are bigger than the UK ones, and then the Chinese ones are huge as well.
And Joey Gray, rack 6. Needs to make a ball here, Tony. 5-ball might help him out.
It's not going to get that.
Not enough. And you see the arena table slowing down just a bit.
Yeah, and that's because we've had 3 full days play on it now. And when it comes in, that first day it was wow. The ball just never stopped moving.
Indeed. But right now, able a little more friction. Kind of work the ball a little bit more.
And the match now starting to get away from Joey Gray. That missed 8 was the one. It was going to go 2-all. And now Chris Meling is starting to just glide around the table. You feel, he's looking at this 6, but you feel that this, it's like 5-1. You can draw the cue ball back. That'll do. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really nice. Yeah, effortless the way he moves that cue ball. Just going to float between these, play the 8 to the side pocket. And that'll put him up 5-1 here. Tony, not looking good for Joey Gray.
No. No, it's not.
And remember, this is a race to 7. And if you look at the match clock, 24 minutes remain. I mean, there's a lot of time remaining. But
we're not halfway through. It's a 40-minute match clock, and we've only been playing 15 minutes, and it's 5-1. So we're averaging around 3 minutes a rack. Joey has been left to rue that missed 8 ball in rack 4. You just cannot afford one little mistake against some of these guys, can you? Just nothing.
No.
They give you nothing.
I'll tell you what, this Melling's kind of been, in his zone all week. We've seen him win 2 events and runner-up in the 3rd. And, I mean, who knows? He might take home the Open Championship as well.
Well, you can't really bet against him at the moment. I mean, he's looking very composed and just confident. There's a slight difference in his demeanour this weekend that I've seen from back in the UK of recent. He just looks very calm. Almost like he knows he's going to win.
That's right. And look at this. Rack 7 does not give Chris Melling a ball. So Joey Gray going to try to get himself back into this one, but got to fade all of the breaks from Chris. But to be fair, he's had a couple of dry ones, so still a chance. Can't count Joey Gray out.
No, not at all. But it's going to take some monumental comeback. But it has happened. There is previous for Chris Melling. 5-0 in front when we were in Phoenix, Arizona. Last year, 5-0 against Nick DeLeon. And Meling was pegged back. Missed him. Missed a shot in the side pocket. And Nick DeLeon took out multiple finishes, but one in particular in the last rack to dispatch Chris Melling there. So it has happened. And I'll tell you what, Chris was playing extremely well as well. This 5-0, it was 5-0 in about 10 minutes. He was just running racks non-stop. And then the wheels just fell off. It was bizarre.
Yeah, it's kind of curious how that happens. A player performing at, God mode, really. And, they're kind of unconscious. And, sometimes they snap out of it. It's like, wait, now reality hits. How did I do that?
Yeah, I remember it well. I was on the commentary, and it was a lunchtime match, and I thought, well, I can go and get an early dinner here. I thought, this is all over. Hold that thought. And
here comes the Nikon kid. Yeah.
Yes,
Nick DeLeon, definitely a great player.
Oh, absolutely.
And same here with Joey Gray, so he's looking to get a little bit of that flavor for himself in this matchup.
I saw Nick this morning. He was on his way to sign up for Florida. So he'll be down there in Classic Billiards.
Yeah, we had the owner Dave here this week. Had a lot of fun last night, enjoying himself here at the rack. And I'll tell you what, me, along with everyone that wants to have a good time, we're very excited to be at Classic. It's going to be a great one. And Joey Gray, missing the open shot there. Not a good start to the day for Joey. Got a feel for him there.
Yeah, everything looks, you can tell by the way Joey sort of like tightened up a little bit on this. He's under a lot of pressure now, and Chris takes these out and gets on the hill. You feel that could be the end sooner rather than later.
Yeah, whenever you have an open shot, you can't miss those. If you're on the defensive, kicking, banking, something, I mean, you get the pass there. But at this stage in the event, you cannot miss an open shot.
And the other thing, you know you're sat there and you could never play the man.
Right.
But the guy's won the shootout. He's got to the final of the 10-ball showdown. And then all of a sudden you're playing balls and you're thinking, if I miss, I'm gone here because I know who's sat over there looking at me.
That's right. Yeah, you have to try to disregard all of those elements, but sometimes easier said than done. And Chris Melling really just putting them away right now, Tony. One rail straight across here. Wants to end with the 13 ball before the 8, so.
I remember when he came through the ranks when I was playing for Ireland, and they said this English guy, a young kiddie, 16, 17, said amazing player, and then all of a sudden I was watching the game and he was running around the table, running racks, and they said, that's the guy. I went, wow. And he was brilliant, from a very early age, obviously, but what a talent.
Yeah, very, very special indeed. Chris Melling 6-1 ahead now. And Joey Gray really needs nothing short of a miracle to get back into this one. But as you said, it's happened. It's happened before.
Yeah, but things like that are kind of like Halley's Comet.
Yeah, once every 90 million years. Totally get that.
So there he is, just alone with his thoughts.
How about our friend in the background over there, Miss Mary Talbot? Her and Joe Prince taking out the mixed pairs.
Yeah.
That was a nice finish. Grand Finals champions do it again.
They're unbeaten.
Yeah. Yeah, they've never lost.
Never lost. They won the national finals in Cherokee, of course, back in November of last year, and they took down the Iowa Open mixed pairs to add to that win.
And here we go. Rack 8, Joey Gray to break. And he needs all of them. 20 minutes left on the match clock. Now we're into the break. Is this going to be dry? It is.
It is indeed.
Yeah. Tough match for Joey Gray. Things just not going his way, and a couple of unforced errors kind of compounding everything for him. So you have to like Chris to get out here. Everything has a pocket. Nothing tied up.
If you look back at it, Mike, Joey Gray's missed that 8 ball. Excuse me. And he's also had that bad miss as well. You give Joey those 2 racks, it's 4-3.
Yeah, and Chris had a couple of dry breaks where Joey just didn't finish. That's really tough.
You've got to turn up and play your best. You can't afford the misses. And
that's right.
What Joey's done is given Chris Melling a very easy day at the office.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't make it easy for your opponent. You really got to fight the whole way through, and that's what it's like at the highest level on the largest stage. And you really just have to play perfect the whole time. And Chris Melling just 3 shots away from a victory here.
Yep, just the 6 ball, then the 8, and he will be through. And coming up next, if you're a big Justin Bergman fan or an Eric Charlton supporter, those 2 will be at the table. Down goes the 8, though, and Chris Melling wins 7 racks to 1 against Joey Gray, and a comfortable morning for Chris. When we come back, we'll have more action here from the rack.
Well, what a start we have to the day here. What a performance that was from Chris Melling. Congratulations. A very, very good start.
Yeah, played really well. Didn't feel great before I played. But yeah, all in all, played a perfect match, really. I had one dry break to start, and other than that, I cleared up every single shot.
Coming into today, obviously we chatted late last night when you're obviously in the final. And we said there's another big event coming up tomorrow. Is it that you just feel like you're in such a great place just to continue, or is it like you almost feel like you have to start again?
You definitely feel like you have to start again.
Yeah.
Obviously, I won. We played the group stages. I won 6-0, 6-0, 6-5, and it was strange the third match because we'd both won 6-0 in both our matches.
Oh, really?
So it came down to that match who actually won, and luckily I broke and cleared at 5-all. So yeah, you just got to take each match as it comes, one match at a time, one ball at a time, and you know if you look too far in front, it can go wrong.
But even at your level, you know that your baseline is very, very high, but you felt like that was really, really high what you just did out there. Do you feel like you started the day like that now you're like, okay, I'm ready to win this again?
Yeah, certainly, but obviously the table plays quite generous, so
yeah.
You know, instead of probably having 16 players that can win the event, you've probably got 60 players that can win the event, so it evens it up a little bit. I mean, don't get me wrong, if that was tight, I think I'm favourite, along with Tom, Declan, and obviously Dennis and Rodney and a few of the other guys, Skylar, Justin. So it's difficult because it is a leveller, and everybody can play.
Yeah, absolutely, but that puts you into the last 32, so there's still a long road ahead, and not every match is going to be played on that table, so you kind of got to go and kind of work your way through the field, I guess. Yeah,
definitely, and like I said, I'm just going to take one match at a time. I've got a long journey tomorrow. I've got a 36-hour journey to China tomorrow to the World Masters hairball event over in China, so obviously I'm going to try and win this. I'm going to do my best, but you know, it all comes down to the break. If I break and pot a ball, I'll win. If I don't pot one, I'll lose. Yeah,
I mean, when you get to that sort of high level, that's how you guys think, isn't it? It's all about that break, really.
Yeah, and that's why I always go on about the pockets. Because I know for a fact if the pockets are tighter, I become a bigger favourite or one of the favourites. Simply because the pattern play comes into it, where the pattern play doesn't really come into it too much on these tables, because you can play long balls down the cushion, full length of the table, which you can't on a tight table, so your patterns have to be a lot better.
Just want to touch on, you said your travels, the life of being a professional pool player, travelling all around the world, looks quite glamorous, but 36 hours from here to China, that is going to be a tough one. And there's bad weather coming in here in Iowa as well.
Cheers for that, Simon. It's difficult, you know, all my friends at home and, you know, people who watch me, they all say, oh, you've got an easy job. It's not a real job, it's just a hobby. Well, it is a real job because I pay tax. So,
absolutely.
You know, if it wasn't a real job, I wouldn't have to do that. But I do, and you know, I probably travel more than any other player alive that plays Q Sports. So obviously, I've came here. I was in Florida 2 weeks ago, and then I go to China tomorrow. Then 2 weeks there. Then I fly back to America. Then back to China. Then back to America again, and then back to China again.
And what everyone wants to know that's watching is, does that travelling around the world include South Florida in maybe early May?
I'll certainly be there, yeah. I played there in the Premier Pool League, Matchroom put on. Lovely club. Dave and his wife who run the club, great people, take care of everybody, and I can't wait to go back. Yeah, nor can we, but there's a lot to do here today before we worry about the next event. Congratulations on making it to the last 32, and we'll see how you get going on from there. Cheers, thank you.
And we're going to hand it back to our commentary crew. As you can see there, Justin Bergman has just made his way out into the arena. He's taking on Eric Charlton.
And we're back for this second match of the day. A little delay there because where Simon and Chris were doing the interview, we were sort of stood behind them. Didn't want to go straight round in front of camera. So, Eric Charlton there. Just been chatting to him. And a big hello to his mum, Ginger, who's watching. Hope you're having a lovely day. Great guy, Eric, as well. A lot of fun. And there is his opponent, Justin Bergman. One of the game's greats. Tony Holgate and Mike DeMarco here once again for this match.
Tony, another great matchup here. And, of course, Eric Charlton, a fan favorite, and Justin Bergman, the Iceberg, needs no introduction. And I'll tell you, both players familiar with the arena, familiar faces, of course. And it's the Iceberg to break the opening rack. Racing to 7, 40 minutes on the match clock.
And there's that ball into that bottom right-hand corner from the Bergman break. Saw that a heck of a lot in Shootout the other night. And then it deserted him at the end. But if he does get that break going again, because he just breaks and runs for fun, and Eric's going to have his work cut out. Bergman starts that again.
Yeah, it's kind of curious how that happens, Tony. You know, Justin had nearly 2.5 perfect matches, and all of a sudden, the brakes started failing him. Wasn't reacting the same way, and he didn't make that final match there, but doesn't look like he's ready to go today. It's a lovely Sunday here at the Rack Billiard Club.
Well, an early morning, well, it's not an early morning now, is it? I was going to say an early morning miss from Bergman, but it is lunchtime just about.
And Justin not going to be happy about that. That's a rare miss. Never really see Bergman miss an open shot like that.
Yeah. But what it does do is gives Eric a bit of table time now, get used to the arena. He was disappointed how he did in the Shootout the other night, and he said, I can't wait to get back out there. And he said, he is playing well. He knows he's playing well.
I mean, he's made it to the same point in the event as Mr. Bergman, so I'll tell you what that means. But
he had a tight match last night, did Eric? He won 6-5, and it was on Hill. The guy's playing broke dry, and Eric ran a tough rack as well, tough layout.
That's what it takes, Tony.
But Eric's capable of doing this. I mean, he does have an air of the spectacular in him as well.
Pretty good shape here, but still a bit of work to do. I'd like to see him use the 15 to get to that 13. I don't know if he wants to come into it from the top side, Tony. I'd like to see him try to get flat on the 15 and try to get between that 1 and the 13. Try to peel it off there, but this is tricky.
Yeah, he's gone a bit too far here. And this is what caught him out when he played in the Shootout, was the cue ball. He overran it a good few times.
Eric trying to measure out what his cue ball is going to do as it runs into the red 3.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Look at this.
What a shot that is.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable shot there from Eric Charlton.
And he's perfect as well. He was about to shoot that really quickly, and I think he says, hang on, steady yourself. Don't go and do anything too quick. In goes the 12, and that is very nice indeed. 13 side pocket. Just draw the cue ball back 4 or 5 inches. It's gone up towards the 8. So, this 8 ball, in it goes. Eric Charlton, 1 rack to the good. So Bergman's missed 2 ball has been punished to the max.
Yeah, indeed, Tony. You know, that was a really nice breakout shot there. He just kind of picked it off perfectly. And Bergman missing that open shot. Not the usual from the Iceberg. But again, anytime you have opening matches, the early stages of an event on the event day, you know, sometimes you see those odd things happen. The players aren't really, you know, prepared just yet, not really in that mode. But nonetheless, Eric Charlton gets the job done, and he's got the advantage coming up with the break in rack 2. Let's see if he can deliver once more. And comes with a dry break in rack 2. Yeah, we heard Dennis Hatch say it many times yesterday. The person who breaks the best wins. You know, once those balls are out in the open, a lot of these top talents, they're just going to get the job done every time. So you need to get yourself, you know, in the offensive position. As Bergman rounds the table to make his decision. I'll tell you, the 4-ball blocking the 11. It's kind of the big blocker, I guess you could say. And he was trying to separate those two there, but he's going to settle for the combination.
Yeah, he was. He just wanted to flick the 15 and 12 apart, but yep, now he has to play the combo.
Yeah, the 14 ball in that top right corner, that's likely where he's going to get to that 11. And I'll be honest with you, he could get on the back side of the 11 and shoot it to the top right. It looks like it still passes by the red 3. And alternatively, it looks like there might be enough to pocket that 11 in the side pocket, although a very tight pocket from there. Bergman going to look at that right now. He's just exploring the options of how he wants to go at it. You see him looking at the 11 to that left side. So if you see him float up to the top rail, that's what he's going at there. And he's going to try to move it. And that's okay. It really matters if he has enough on this 9. It looks like he does. Tony, I think he's got the 9 ball available here.
Yeah, I think he can just get through, see the potting angle. Pulls the cue ball over to the left-hand side to play the 12 after it.
Yeah, very nice. It's a little high.
Yeah, so he's got a bridge now over the 1 a bit, so it's hard to control that cue ball.
Yeah, this is uncomfortable. You know, Justin a little disappointed there. I mean, he let his stroke out a little. That's why it happened. You know, it came back off the rail a bit more, but...
Yeah, it's because he's going to have to go up and back down again. He can't just cut this in and hold. He's going to go up to the top rail and back.
Well, he's going to have visibility here, but looks like a reverse bank to the top right corner. That's the only, you know, offense I can see here.
Yep.
I don't know if he would try to paper thin this all the way down to the bottom left. That's like a dream shot, but could play the bank.
Oh,
kicks it in the side pocket.
Fabulous shot from Justin.
Oh,
what
gorgeous
a recovery.
Shot. Gorgeous.
What a recovery. So both racks have seen a phenomenal shot by both players. And as long as Justin pops this 8 ball into the corner, it will be rewarded. Oh!
And he hangs the 8 ball.
Wow. I would have had money on Justin knocking that in.
Unbelievable.
My pockets would have just been emptied. So, astonishing there after such a great shot that Justin had played. Eric Charlton now. His eyes must have lit up. He saw that 8 stay out of the pocket. Oh, I thought he missed it. How was that dropped? I thought, honestly, that's staying over the pocket. Wow.
Tell you what, early morning drama as we start these matches here in the arena. Tony.
He must have, his heart must have been in his mouth, because I thought he'd missed then. It was just, it sort of fell at the last second. Well.
Oh, Unreal stuff, but Eric Charlton now in great position to go up 2-0. I'll tell you what, race to 7, 30-plus minutes. I mean, this is really what you want, Tony.
Yep. That was a gift for Eric Charlton. In goes the 4, and this simple 8 over the pocket for 2 racks to 0.
Careful there. Almost slid the cue ball right over into the corner. Well, 2-0, Eric Charlton. Bergman, a couple of early mistakes here. You see Justin shooting the 8 to this bottom corner. Just doesn't get it to go.
Yeah.
He needed to just kind of drive through that shot a bit more. The rotation on the cue ball didn't really flick the 8 in that direction. And I'll tell you what, Eric's always in good spirits, but he's not going to sign any autographs just yet. He knows that the job is not done, and this match is far from over, despite that 2-0 lead. Justin wearing that lovely Ultimate Pool USA jacket. It's his usual appearance.
Yeah, prefers to play with long sleeves. I suppose I always played in short ones. I'm more comfortable, but
maybe that's the secret, Tony. You got to play long sleeves. All right. Dry break from Justin Bergman. I mean, Eric Charlton really getting a good go at it here. I mean, if you wanted a good shot at beating Justin Bergman, this is the kind of results that you want. I've seen a lot of low percentage type of interactions these first opening matches.
the 14 ball is the one up there, but the 9 is very near it, so you can pop that and come the other side of the 8 ball and push that into open play. Might even take it last.
He's going to play the 15 to the 10. Yeah, that was a great shot there. That really solved a lot of the issues here, Tony.
Yeah, well, you take the 10 and the 12 now, so you move up the table as you go. And this is a great chance.
Just going to take a look around. I don't like him not taking the 12 out of the equation here. And perhaps he wants it as a backup, but...
Yeah, I would have took the 12 away. I guess I think most players would have just gone that little bit further up the table. Because I would have liked to have taken the 12. If I could get on the 13, play that, then play that 9 and just roll it in gently, because you're always pushing the 14 towards the side pocket.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he didn't need to play that as aggressively, but nonetheless, he's got the 14. That's really all he's got to shoot at here. And he was indicating he wants to leave on the 13 next.
That's a really good shot.
Indeed.
Still got lots of work to do, though.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of tricky. He's got to hit this one thin, so the cue ball is going to want to go back above the 6 to the left side of the table. You're going to have to maneuver the cue ball just a bit.
Another very good pot from Charlton, and the position is perfect. Then that's how to dig yourself back out the hole. And he has a reputation for that, does Eric? You think he's buried in a rack, and then all of a sudden he pulls out a big shot. And he's done so there.
Tell you what, that's exactly what you need to do to make it through a field like this. And Eric Charlton arrives on the 8 ball. And this will be to go up 3-0.
Yeah, this is big.
And he delivers 3-0 now, Eric Charlton.
He's in dreamland.
Yeah, Justin.
Moment in time.
Yeah, Justin Bergman having a tough go at it. And Tony just got the word. Next match, Gavin Matthew, Rodney Morris, last 32. That's going to be our next matchup.
Isn't that Gavin from the junior match from yesterday?
Absolutely.
And he's got to play the Rodney Morris, who took down the 10 ball last night. That's a fair change of landscape for the young man.
Well, let me tell you this, Tony. If you remember Gavin Matthew, he had a lot of energy at the table.
He did indeed.
And when you have the youth, especially a really young player like Gavin, you don't know what they're capable of, and neither do they. You know, they can play top speed, and they don't know any better. You know, a lot of the young players, they don't know it's okay that they're supposed to miss sometimes.
Well, he's had table time out in this arena as Gavin as well, so
yeah.
So that won't be too unfamiliar for him. But what a day for that young man to take on a great player like Rodney Morris.
And in the final 32. That's not like it's an opening match.
No.
This is deep.
Yeah.
We're deep here. Now, Gavin playing very well. So, Eric Charlton now still very much in control. 3-0 ahead and at the table. I mean, was today his birthday or was it yesterday?
Yeah.
No, he's playing very well. And, you know, sometimes when you get a giant like Bergman stumbling, you take advantage, you can get the job done. And Eric's doing just that. I think Eric's got a great pace this morning. You know, it doesn't seem like he's being too hasty. You know, he's not rushing, but he's not really overanalyzing anything either. He's playing a comfortable pace.
No, he's in a very good state of mind this morning. And I totally agree with that comment as well, because he has, in the past, sort of gone and played a couple of really quick shots without, you know, giving every train of thought for where he's going. But he looks very measured today, does Eric?
Yeah. Measured and confident. You know, really just going about his business. And look at this, very nice. Might be tricky getting on this 8-ball. He's going to want to shoot the 15 to the bottom right, leave himself a bit of an angle on the 9. I don't mind him shooting it to the side pocket, playing one rail off the left long rail and getting above the 8-ball.
I like if you could draw the cue ball into the 7 and just sit there. I mean, that's a perfect place to be to get onto the 8 as well.
Yeah, he might agree with you. Oh, yeah, what a great shot. Great call, Tony.
Would have been a little bit better if he's just a bit further down so he had an angle, but this is okay.
Yeah, he drew into that 7 perfectly. Draws it back.
Yeah. Ball into the side pocket now for Eric Charlton for 4-0.
Look at this.
Super finish again. And Charlton is right up there in the form of his life. 4-0. He leads Bergman. Yeah.
Look at the face. He says, hey, what do you want me to do? The balls were there. I shot them in. That's what I'm here to do. Like his shirt says, we play billiards. Indeed he does. And again, next match coming up, Gavin Matthew and Rodney Morris. That's a match from the final 32 in this Iowa Open. And Justin going to try to perform some kind of special maneuver to get back into this one. He's 4-0 down. And just under 25 minutes remain, so about half the clock has expired. But Justin can definitely put some pressure on a player. Come with some good shots, come with a perfect run out here.
That's a great break there from Justin. He's going to need to find his form right now.
It's stripes for me, Tony. I mean, the solids aren't terrible. I guess you can use the 5 to manipulate the 8, so this is really just going to be Justin's preference. Kind of 50-50 here. Very nice. Now, I'm curious if a top player like Bergman looks at that score line and is really concerned. I mean, I feel like Justin's not thinking of anything other than put the balls in the hole and continue. But that's a mega lead. It's not just a game or two. That's 4 games. You know, his opponent's more than halfway to the finish line. And it wasn't like it happened by accident. Eric Charlton is pocketing the balls, playing great position. You also have to consider the time of the match. Justin looking to squeeze this 3 ball by the 15. Got to cheat the pocket just a hair. Very nice. Just going to stay above the 8 ball here. An 8 ball to the bottom left corner will put the Iceberg on the board for the first time in this opening match. He makes it happen. All right, 4-1 now. But again, you got to fade Eric Charlton now. He's up 4-1, and he's got the break here. Can't let Bergman slip back into this. And it's all about the break now. You see Justin's dad in the back. Al.
Yep. Al, good buddy of mine. We were having a lot of fun last night. Great guy.
Yeah, I got to meet Al a little ways back and love chopping it up with him. Always in good spirits, making jokes and having a good time supporting his boy. All right, here we go, rack 6. Eric Charlton. And look at what we have here, Tony. Dry break. Just what the doctor ordered for Justin Bergman. And look at the pep in Justin's step. He's really moving along here. He knows he's got to make up a lot of ground here.
Yeah, it's almost as if he's like riding a horse in a race and suddenly just got the whip out.
That's right. That's right, Tony. And tell you what, more than capable. I mean, to pull ahead, that's going to be tough because you have to fade Eric breaking multiple times. But absolutely more than capable of getting it right back on level terms. Again, we're just about coming up on the halfway point. So still a fair amount of time. And that's going to do just fine. 5 to the bottom right, 8. Going to go to the right side of the table.
Yeah, nothing fancy with this. It's just make sure you make the 5 in the corner. The keyboard will just do the rest for you.
Yeah, that's right.
And he has made the 5, and he will make the 8 as well, I'm sure. A little tap of the leg there from Eric Charlton in acknowledgement. And it is now 4-2, 2 in a row for Justin. And he just sent us a little message across the arena. I'm not going anywhere just yet.
That's right. Did you guys forget who I was? Because I didn't. So Bergman answers back. And I believe Justin will have the break here, so chance to add a little bit here. You call him the iceberg for a reason. No emotions, not concerned with his opponent. And I'll tell you what, think of where we started. If Justin comes with a break and run here, he's down 1 game from 4-0 down. You see how fast things can change. All right, good stuff. Makes balls everywhere. And he's got a lot of room to move around here. And in true Justin Bergman style, and take a quick lay of the land and then get right down to business. And I like that about Justin. He kind of maps out the whole table, and it kind of gets the plan of attack and his route to run out early and then waste no time. See where he's going to attack from the bottom here. So 11 to the bottom left. And Justin indicated he wants to kind of split the 5 and the 14 here. Perfect.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Justin. And that now opens everything up.
Yeah, I want to say that, he's playing with haste, but, not chaotic. He's not playing over-aggressive. There's still a decent amount of time on the clock, and I don't think he's really sweating the time too much, but he needs to finish this rack here, Tony. Get within 1 and hope that Eric Charlton gives him an added opportunity there.
Yeah, well, once you get within 1, you now start to put pressure on Eric. He's thinking, hang on a minute, I was 4 up a minute ago, and now I'm being pegged back here. All of a sudden, can get a little bit edgy out there.
And Justin, going to double check his work here. Yeah, he's going to play the 12 to the 14, and I think that was a smart decision. Trying to get tight position on that 14 was kind of asking a lot, and things can go wrong there, so play more of a natural line. And this is going to be just perfect.
Yeah, he's in good shape there on the 14. Runs it in, cue ball off the side rail, just back out for the 8.
Very nice.
And again, nicely done. And this is turning into a fascinating match now as Bergman pulls another one back, 3 in a row. He is well and truly on the comeback trail.
And Eric Charlton needs to pocket a ball on the break here. He needs to maintain some kind of a lead. I'll tell you, if Eric Charlton breaks dry or breaks and scratches here, instantly I like Bergman in the match. If Eric breaks and runs, wins this rack, now I still like Eric to win the match. But that's really the determining factor, so this is a huge turning point here.
So the whole match is based on this break.
Yeah, I really feel that way.
I like it.
Really feel that way.
I better go out and tell him, Eric, Mike said you've got to get a ball off this break if you've lost.
Well, don't tell him that before he breaks. Tell him after the break.
Oh, dear. But no, it is important now because you've got to stop somehow Bergman getting this sort of, relentless charge that's coming at you.
Got to make a ball here.
He's not going to. Well. And just look at the split as well. I mean, when the pool gods are against you, this is what happens, and it's incredible how these games just suddenly turn.
Yeah, I mean, 4-0 up, and this is position for Bergman to tie us up 4 on even ground and come with the break. Now he's going to have the advantage.
Yeah, you'll have your weekly wages on Justin Bergman making it 4 each.
Yeah, and in not a lot of time either. We're past the halfway point, 17 minutes remaining, and going to be 8 games in. Justin just taking a look around. And, this is a testament to, the professionalism of Justin Bergman and, of course, the confidence. But he's 4-0 down just a few minutes ago. He doesn't get upset. He's not complaining. He's not banging his cue. He's not doing any of the things that you might expect from someone in a frustrating situation. He's just waiting for his opportunities. Do your job. He missed a shot early, a couple of shots. Yeah.
He missed a 2 ball, he missed an 8 ball, but you're exactly right. He doesn't let it get to him. He thinks, okay, make sure the next time I go to the table I don't do that, and it's exactly what he's done. He's tidied it all up.
Yeah, you got to like him to finish up here. And like I said, early on, you might see some odd misses from some of these top players, but play even just a couple of racks in, and Justin's gotten some comfort on the table, gotten that stroke down, gotten that speed down. You're not going to see those things happen too often after that point. We come back across the table here. And I think he wanted a little more than that, but this will work. This will work out. Fortunate for him, he does have the 11.
Yeah, he didn't want the 15 first.
That's right. Yeah, that worked out just right. So Bergman, heavy favorite to tie us up here and have the break. So, like I said, Tony, that was just a huge pivotal rack right there. 5-3 to Charlton, or tied up 4-4 with Bergman breaking. That was a huge swing. Huge swing.
Yep, and then it goes. Bergman has completed the comeback. 4-0 down he was, and now he is level with Eric Charlton. And all Eric has been able to do is sit and watch.
Yeah. And he can't let that get to his mental, Eric Charlton. Needs to just stay on that positive.
Yeah, he's not that type of guy. He's very upbeat, a positive man. And he knows the game. You can have these things where you have a couple of dry breaks and your opponent starts to come, but it has really spun on its head.
Right, and again, same situation for Bergman here. He needs to come with a win. No dry break. If you give Eric Charlton a point here and allow him to follow up with a break, he's got a massive advantage. Need a ball down. 2-ball finds a home. A little funny business in this bottom left corner.
Yeah.
What are you thinking here, Tony? Got to go with solids.
Yep.
Have to.
Yep, solids for me. So at least you can get to the 5 there, and you can bring the 4 and the 14 away from all that and open that pocket up.
He's going to have a look around, and it looks like he wants to shoot the 6-ball first. He doesn't want to have to open up with this 5-4.
No. If the other stripe wasn't there next to it, he would. But
yeah, you're right.
You might bounce a cue ball off the table queuing
That's
over
right.
there, because you need to play that shot down there with power.
And he's got an angle. We should be able to do it now. Might actually play this one rail first. Not sure if he can get there and kind of draw off the 5. Might see him dig a little here.
Yeah, I'd be wary of going rail first there.
Oh, very nice. But
she's done with a 3, that's okay.
Wow. Little good fortune. There's nothing wrong with that, though. You can play good and get lucky sometimes. But he did hit it well. So he's going to leave the 4 ball alone now. He likes the line on the 1 to get to the 3. So he's going to let that happen. Yeah, we just got word on our 4th match. And that's going to be Skylar Woodward, Chase Stumpful.
Wow.
So some more fireworks for us in the arena. Very nice.
Yeah, that's a great match.
Good stuff. Now, I'll tell you what, 7 ball is open, but Justin has to hit this just right. You know, there's only so many gaps there. Doesn't want to overpower it and get above it. 10 ball is actually covering a large portion of the ideal positional angle. Just going to draw this one up table. Outside pocket. Hits the point. On the edge of their seats are these fans here in Iowa. I'll tell you, it's been packed day in, day out, every day here. Oh, Bergman in rail shape here.
Lovely shot.
Yeah, fantastic execution there from the Iceberg. And he's going to pull ahead here for the first time.
Yeah. Well, Eric Charlton won the opening 4 racks, and Justin Bergman has just said, I'll see your 4 racks and I'll raise you.
Yeah, exactly. And we're getting down to just about the 11-minute mark, and not much time remains. So everything's so critical here. So critical.
Well, I hope that seat's comfortable there for Eric, because he's been sat in it a while.
You're not kidding. Nope.
He desperately now needs a ball off this break.
You can see how the momentum changes in these matches.
He's done nothing wrong. He's done nothing wrong except dry break.
Yeah. And you know what? That can be the factor. That can be the reason you lose the match. We saw a couple of our
Manny Perez.
Exactly. Manny Perez. He didn't miss one open shot. Only broke dry a couple times. That was enough to lose. Once.
He lost to Bergman in the shootout.
That's right. That's right. One dry break.
Well, this one isn't dry, so Eric Charlton will get back to the table and he will be overjoyed with that. And it's a good split as well, Mike.
Yeah, it really is. Got to answer back here. Got to answer back. Nice delivery there. Yeah, you see big swings in momentum in these matchups, especially with a lot of room to move. 40 minutes, race to 7. A little bit of room to maneuver so you can have that big come out and the big come back. But again, time running out. Bergman needing just 2 games. And coming up with about 10 minutes left.
Yeah, and the 15-second shot clock will be coming as well. That'll make things a little more interesting as well as we get to the business end of this match.
And I want to say these guys are staying pretty close to that pace as it is. Maybe a couple of shots here and there might be past the 15-second mark, but I think the pace is going to look relatively similar. Just going to kind of manage the mental aspect of it. and not feel rushed.
I prefer that play the combo there, you know, just because I don't want to draw that cue ball back and lose it. It's a rolling combo and you're guaranteed to be on your next ball. And because of that cloth, how it reacts to all shots, especially with balls over the pocket, ones I try and avoid.
All right, there's a big shot coming up right here, Tony. He doesn't like the angle he got here, so the cue ball is going to be tracking away from the 5.
This again is the other reason why, if you played a combo earlier, you don't have to play this shot. But hasn't it worked out well? Wow, that was a friendly nudge.
Friendly indeed. So he's just going to play one rail position here. 8 ball's going to go to the bottom left corner. And this will get us even up, 5 games apiece. And it's Eric Charlton answering back. Well, it's a race to 2 from here. We've got 8 minutes, 53 seconds left on our match clock. And it's going to be Justin Bergman breaking. Gotta love those expressions from Eric Charlton. Very lighthearted, having a good time, enjoying these events. And Bergman, just cold as ice, hence the name. And he's ready to go. You know, Justin's very laid back when it comes to the particulars. And I saw the referee struggling to get a good rack early on in the 6-ball shootout. And he says, hey, I don't care. Whatever you give me, I'm good with. That's fine. Yeah. He says, I'll figure it out.
Having said that, I did only have 44 seconds to beat. That was against Tyler.
Fair enough.
And Tyler, was, if he'd knocked that 5-ball in, he would have had a really good time as well.
Yeah, that was a really tight match there. All right, rack 11. Bergman breaking. 13 fires into that bottom right corner. Looking pretty good for Justin here.
Yeah.
As Justin determines which suit he's going to go with. Calls for his extension.
Yeah, Stripe's going to be the chosen ball. Justin Bergman.
And as I said, we are in the 15-second shot clock portion of the match, but for the most part, both of these players have been kind of staying in that zone regardless. Maybe 15, 20 seconds, somewhere in that range. Just a little haste in his step there. Very nice. Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Justin to pull ahead here, 6-5. And, you know, Eric Charlton, despite his 4-0 lead early on, you know, Justin does have the advantage. So Eric's really just waiting, you know, for Justin to make an error. And he doesn't have to make an error. We saw him play multiple perfect matches thus far on this arena table. So Eric kind of in trouble here, despite the score being tied up. You know, this machine of a player, Justin Bergman.
Yeah, and I'll go back to what Manny Perez said when he lost him in the shootout, when Justin had just broken around every rack he played. And I was with Al Bergman. And he said, see you later, Manny. He said, unlucky, buddy. And he said, yeah, he said, thanks, I've just played a robot.
Well, you know what? A robot
He's put himself in trouble.
Yeah. Going with a kick shot. 8-ball to the top right. Can he deliver?
No, he can't. It's ball in hand now. Eric Charlton, he's had a right gift here.
I'll tell you what.
Well, this is perfect for Eric because he wants to take his time here because it's him. It is Eric to break next.
Yeah, so
use the extension. Think of the clock. He's not. He's excited to have this chance, and he's not thought about the clock. He could run a lot of time off it.
No, that's a fair assessment, Tony. You're right. That's the strategy here as that clock ticks down.
And that's not a good shot. Oh, now look what he's got to play. The 6. No other ball. He can't get to the 5. So now all of a sudden he's left himself an absolute, well...
He's going to burn the extension now.
A nerve jangler, yeah. But this is it. He was playing too quick. And I said it earlier, sometimes he gets a bit ahead of himself. That is a great recovery.
Most definitely. That shot right there might have been the game and match winning shot right there as we approach the 5-minute mark.
Sweaty palms.
Well, hopefully not. He's got to hold on to that cue.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, Eric Charlton's looking really, really good here.
He should be taking his time with these runs, some seconds off the clock. Because if he could have taken it down to about 4.5 minutes here, and then say if he breaks and makes a ball and do you know what I mean? You could put Justin in a lot of trouble. But anyway, the 8 has gone in, and Eric Charlton will edge ahead once again. 6 backs to 5, but this is going to be tense.
And how crazy could it be? Because the stage is set for this, and I feel like the fans are looking for something special here. Eric Charlton breaks, shoots a few, gives Bergman an opportunity, ties it up, we go to a shootout. How spectacular would that be? And I mean, honestly, we're right in that time frame, and that recipe is there.
And it'd be interesting because the last shootout we saw was Justin Bergman with Tyler Steyer.
That's right. That was a low-scoring match, too. I want to say that was maybe just 4 games apiece.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
But because Tyler Steyer missed that 5-ball, he ended up chalking up for a 44-second 6-ball shootout score.
Yeah.
Justin was able to just stroll around the table and knock them in within 30 seconds, but he won't be able to do that.
Sure he was.
With Eric. If we go that far, and there is a nod of acknowledgement as Eric Charlton gets an enormous break and makes a ball, and now he has his own destiny in his hands.
Yeah, Bergman nodding his head saying, okay, he's got a good break here. This could be it.
And that's a perfect shot there. Now then, Eric now should be thinking, use your extension. Take some seconds off now, because then you're leaving Bergman having to get 2 racks. It's race to 7. What am I talking about? Well, should I get a taxi now?
You know what? Go ahead.
Do you know why? Because we've played all these 30-minute matches and we're not playing a race in the shootout.
That's right.
I've completely forgot.
You know what? Is your ride here? Do you want to head out?
Yeah, I'm going. Right, so Eric Charlton 4 balls away from a place in the last 32. And this is an enormous win as well to beat a player like Justin Bergman. He was one of the picks for the title as well.
Tell you what, doesn't look like anything's going to stop him now, Tony.
Well, his mum Ginger will be pleased. Oh my word! What have we just witnessed? I do not believe what I've just seen. That is absolutely incredible. Look at this. Oh,
I don't even know what I just saw.
No, I mean, oh.
Eric Charlton missing the open 11 there.
That's unbelievable.
I mean, just when you thought it couldn't happen,
it was over.
It was over. And just like that, we're back in. And what do you think? Maybe Justin plays this one off the rail, off the 6? I mean, that would kind of give him the right move here. Now he just feathers the 6.
Yeah, that's okay. Or is it?
Oh, no. I think there might be enough to get the 6 to fall, but that's not ideal. Very much less than ideal. Look at this shot.
Oh, but
it's still not open.
He only moved the 11. Wow. Does he play the... Oh, he's going to play the safe. Well, Eric Charlton's going to get a swipe at this.
I think he might have given him the ball. He might have left him the open shot here, Tony. Look at this.
Not sure he has, is he?
It looks like he can just shoot right into the ball.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, it's a thin cut, but it's a shot.
Use the extension there, but I don't think he's going to be able to run enough off that clock.
2-rail kick.
That's close.
Ooh. Eric Charlton. He's got to be sick right now.
Bergman
absolutely devastating.
We're going 6-ball shootout. Unbelievable.
He needs to deliver, though. Needs to finish up.
Can you believe this is going to go level after Eric Charlton had the simplest of stripes with a simple 8 to follow? And he didn't even move off his shot, didn't Eric, either on it, but...
I'm not even sure what happened there.
No. Bergman now. This 2-ball and the 8 to tie us up.
With just seconds remaining.
Well, well, well. An astonishing end. And we've still got more to go because it is going to be a 6-ball shootout. 6-6. Wow.
Match tied, 6-ball shootout.
Well, how about that, Tony? Well, what's the story right now?
Well,
ladies and gentlemen, it's time to crowd around. Eric Charlton and Justin Bergman are going to a 6-ball shootout.
All right, 6-ball shootout it is.
yep, and Eric Charlton has got to somehow pick himself up off the floor. I mean, how'd you get around it? How'd you get your head around that?
I mean, that was just... What is that?
I mean, just... Well, this is incredible. All I can say, Mike, is that I think he thought he was over the line and took his eye off it. Because he didn't move. It wasn't a nervy shot because he hit a good stroke on it. I think he just got down, thought I can't miss.
I mean, that was just, slight, adjustment on the tip position, and he threw the ball. He threw the ball into the rail. You could see it. But
I think he tried to cheat the pocket too much to get over for the 8. I don't know. It's just a very strange
I mean,
one.
whatever the case is, it was a massive error, and now it's all down to a 6-ball shootout. Eric Charlton's got to find a way to, kind of get himself into that positive mind again, because, he seems like he looks disappointed, but, I mean, look where he is. He's on level ground.
Yeah.
Just win one 6-ball shootout, and you got it. Don't worry about what happened before. Worry about what's in front of you, and that's this 6-ball shootout.
Well, here we go. Eric Charlton to go first. These are a nice little layout here. Don't stop to look at the scenery. I'd take the 2. They should have gone 2, 6, 1 there.
Misses the 6. That's going to be trouble.
It was 2-6-1. What, I mean, look at this time. This is like he gets under 30, just.
Okay.
But that could have been 22.
Yeah, could have. Definitely could
7
have.
seconds. If he goes the other way, because the other two balls are level with the side pockets. 2-6-1. Bang, bang, bang.
Tell you what, making those split decisions on the spot with all that pressure. I mean, that's tough.
What that has done now is makes Bergman favourite.
Yeah, it does. And a lot of players prefer to go second. They want to know how much time they have to beat.
Chase Stumpful the other night, he's had about the quickest. It was a 23 something, 0.84 or whatever. I think Bergman will go around there. I think the average time is around 23. A good time, if he goes sub 20, it's a very good time on this table, because it is very hard to stop the cue ball rolling. And it must be still before you play a shot. Other balls can be moving around the table, but the cue ball must be at the full stop. So, Justin Bergman, there's his time to beat it. He didn't get under 30. It's 30.04. Well, when Bergman strolled round the table the other night, when he played Tyler, which was last night, he knocked it in 33, and he was at walking pace.
Well, Justin's...
This won't be walking pace now, a very, very brisk one.
And Justin's got a nice layout here.
Yeah. Yeah, this should be it. Plays a 3. You play the 1 next. This is done.
Use that cue ball to slow down.
Just got to make the pot. And in it goes, and Justin Bergman does beat Eric Charlton by a 6-ball shootout. Eric, well, he will be devastated when he looks back at that ball he missed. But it is Justin Bergman. He fights back and he continues his run. When we come back, we'll have more action here from the Rack Billiard Club in Des Moines.
Hey, we're back.
Everything that's happened over the last year is going to come to an end. Some team of amateur pool players are about to win $100,000. That's pretty special.
Eight runners southbound are your national champions.
There's always drama here with Ultimate Pool USA, and we had plenty there. Justin, congratulations. Fantastic to turn that one around and get the win. Another 6-ball shootout. You look very, 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 very calm when doing the 6-ball shootout. Is it like that for you?
No, not at all. Not at all. But, I mean, I figured I had nothing to lose because I thought I was done. I was down 4-0, and so I was kind of free-rolling.
It is an amazing match to turn it around, because Eric's obviously playing really well as well. But yesterday we saw you in a 6-ball against Tyler Steyer, and he set 44, and you knew that you just had to take your time and make sure.
Yeah.
30 seconds. This time it's all of a sudden that was a little bit but you were still quite calm and composed. You didn't need to rush, and you just timed it really, really well.
Exactly. I just figured if I don't miss, I can do it.
Yeah.
You know. And
So you're taking that extra little bit of time on each shot just to make sure, if you make 6 shots, you're going to win.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's interesting because a lot of people go out there and they get in the 6 ball and they run round.
Yeah.
And Eric did it there. He missed 1 ball, and that miss has cost him.
100%. Yeah. I mean, that's a time killer right there.
Yeah.
And not moving the cue ball, obviously.
Well, it did 2 things, doesn't it? Because he misses the ball, he's got to play an extra shot, and then the cue ball had to travel length of the table.
Yeah.
Difference between. What would it be like if someone had set you, let's say he doesn't miss and sets you 24, 23, all of a sudden it's a different challenge for you?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. That's about as fast as I move anymore, so I probably can't beat 22.
Yeah. What's the mindset there when you're 4-0 down? Obviously, you know it's a timed match as well. You know Eric's playing well. How do you sort of deal with that mentally?
Yeah, I mean, you just got to take your opportunities if they come, and luckily I got him. You know, he dry broke a couple times.
Yeah. So you're just hoping to get enough chances to get into the match?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, you did that. You managed to get back in and get it done in a 6 ball. Puts you into what you're into now, the last 32.
I think so,
Last 32, so quite a lot of work left to do if you want to get yourself back into a finals. But I guess you said the first thing you said to me when you come over was morning matches.
Yeah.
Well, we're now into the afternoon, so
better from here on out, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, best of luck the rest of the way. Look forward to
it.
seeing how you get on, and we're going to move on ourselves. You can just see Rodney Morris has just walked in behind us. He's going to be taking on young superstar in waiting. There he is, Gavin Matthew, coming out there. He was out there earlier on this weekend in the Junior Opens. He's sort of double dipping this weekend. Let's send it to our commentary. Excuse me. Let's send it to our commentary team for this one.
Right. Thank you, Simon and Justin. Congratulations to Justin, edging out Eric Charlton. And right now, all eyes on this arena table match. Gavin Matthew taking on Rodney Morris. This is one of our juniors. We got to see him compete earlier in the week. And what a talent he is. A lot of energy at the table. And this is going to be one of those fast-paced matches. Both players very, very quick at the table. You see that arena crowd really anxious to see this one get rolling. Yeah, there they go. So interesting road to get here. Final 32. Young Gavin making his way through this open field of monsters. And he's arrived here. Lots of great matches coming up to follow. And I am Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash, and I'm going to be joined shortly by my good friend, Mr. Stephen Wyatt. And this is going to be Gavin Matthew to break. Stephen, what do you think about this matchup here?
Well, look, I'll tell you, Rodney Morris coming off a huge night last night. Obviously, we know about the Rocket. Some people may not be familiar with the young man that is at the table right now. He's only 12 years old. And he's from the Dallas, Texas area.
Making it to the final 32. What a feat. 12 years old.
In the Open.
In the Open, exactly.
If you didn't know, Rodney Morris is not a junior competitor.
He's not, no.
He is a Open competitor, and that tells you where the skill level and the ability of Gavin Matthew is.
Yeah, we got to see him compete in a junior match earlier in the week, and, you know, I was very impressed. He's got a lot of energy at the table, Stephen. You know, he really just goes out there and bears down, give it his all.
Well, and I've known Gavin since he was probably 9, 10 years old. And I'll tell you right away, and he's going to be okay with this. One of his biggest critiques is his speed around the table. Obviously, in this format, it can pay off a little bit. But I'll tell you, he's slowed down, and he's becoming a little bit more fundamental. As we see a tough miss there. He kind of jabbed at that one, and ball's going to come out. He's not going to be able to make those mistakes against Rodney, but it's so very early.
Yeah, Rodney's been super solid, and, of course, winning the 10-ball showdown in spectacular fashion over Chris Melling, who seemed unbeatable, but the Rocket came through, so young Gavin needs to get a handle on that.
For being as young as he is, He does have quite a bit of experience. He's played a lot of big tournaments. He's played multiple Ultimate Pool USA events, including the inaugural event in Louisiana. So he's very comfortable with the arena setting and these rules. And it's just a matter of time before he really has a monster breakout win in one of these events. Will it be this weekend? Only time will tell in this match.
I'll tell you what, Stephen, definitely impressive. And, you know, being just 12 years old, he's got a lot of time to get going. And I'll tell you what, Rodney Morris putting the heat on him right now. Looking like he's going to steal this first game from Gavin. I'll tell you what, I was talking with Dennis about this yesterday. It's remarkable players like Rodney Morris being able to perform at this type of level for so many years. You know, never really, losing their touch.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you there. And Mike, I gotta say, there's been some amazing stuff we've seen in this arena this morning. We're only 2 matches in, and it's been a ton of fun so far. Sometimes with these events, you start off hot and heavy, and it's super exciting, and then near the end, but prior to it, it kind of slows down a little bit. But I'm not getting that for this event.
No, not at all. And honestly, every day, this arena's been packed with spectators and the room filled with competitors. And I'll tell you what, really just a great time here at the Rack Billiard Club. All right, Rodney Morris breaking rack number 2. Let's see what he's got here. Balls falling everywhere. And what's the result going to be like? Going to be solids for me. What do you think, Stephen?
Yeah, there's a little bit of trouble here with the 1 and the 12, but the 1 does have a pocket. And the problem with the stripes is that 13-11. Now, you may look at it and say, well, it's a dead combo, but you don't really want to be shooting combos like that when you don't have to. Now, this is going to make things a little interesting because he's just slightly elevated. Oh, he's able to go to the side here. That's okay then. Yeah, Rodney's going to make short work of this one. I think really the only key issue here would be the 8 ball, and he's going the route to where it's a lot easier. A lot of people would play these 2 balls down there, take the 6, and then take the 8 down the other side. And Rodney's taken away that crossing the side pocket part.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to make quick work indeed. This is sub 1 minute break and run for the Rocket Rodney Morris, and he's definitely performing at high level, top form. And Morris takes rack number 2, 2-0 now for the Rocket. And again, race to 7, and we've got a 40-minute match clock. And I'll be honest with you, with both of the speeds of these players, I don't think we're going to get we're not going to finish out the match clock. We're going to see somebody get to 7 before that match clock expires.
Yeah, I think so.
Young Gavin just anticipating his next break off. And he's going to be remembering that error in rack number 1. Looked like he had the table wide open. Made a lot of nice shots right off the bat, but miscalculation on that ball to the bottom corner. And next thing you know, Rodney Morris 2-0 ahead. You said he's 12 years old now. What area is young Gavin from?
So he's from the Dallas area. DFW is kind of a huge metroplex with a bunch of little cities. I'd be lying if I said I knew which suburb he was in. But he's in the Dallas area, and he plays all over Dallas, especially on the western side of Dallas where some of the larger, more prominent pool halls and tournaments are. And he is super excited. Me and Nate talked about it a little bit yesterday. The age limit for league is dropping. Now, it's not quite to where Gavin is ready to start playing. There's a lot of legal things that the team has to do. It's way above my pay grade. I don't really know all the details. However, we have very soon we're going to drop the starting age at 16. Of course, Gavin being only 12, it doesn't quite apply to him yet, but he's hoping that one day soon he will be able to join Ultimate Pool League because he loves the format and he loves being a part of these events.
Good to hear that stuff. Well, Gavin opens with a great shot on the 2-ball, navigating between all of the traffic, and with that opening shot, it's really about the 1-ball. It looks like it might pass the 13, maybe cheat the pocket just a hair. But everything available right now. Gavin opening up the center of the table, a little bit more room to move around. Like to see him drop onto the 1-ball here now. And look at this. Wow. Doesn't tie up the 8. Great shot there, Gavin Matthew.
Yeah, he may have been sweating that one a little bit. Didn't want to get stopped up against the 8. Wow.
Yeah, this kid is pure talent. Tell you what, folks, write that name down. Take a screenshot. Take a picture. Write it down. Gavin Matthew. This kid is coming. 12 years old. Fires the 8-ball in. And you hear that crowd letting him know, we're behind you, kid.
As far as juniors go, I put him in that same range of Jordan Helfrey, Shane Petrick, Hank the Tank Lanin. All of these kids are fantastic players, and I'm sure there's several that I'm just unaware of at the moment. And I'll tell you guys, if you have a junior player in your family and they have not played an Ultimate Pool USA event, I urge you, and that's a serious word there, urge, bring them out to an event. Let them get this experience. Let us meet them and see who they are as a player, because we want the best of the best. And there's a lot of kids out there that I know play incredible that I haven't seen at our events yet. I promise you'll enjoy it. It's a great experience, not only for the players, but the spectators as well. So I'm super, super excited to see all the juniors that come out for our events. I actually think Rodney Morris was just talking to a junior right there. Come over and talk to him in between the match.
Yeah, definitely in good spirits is the Rocket. And he's trying to just disregard all factors in the room other than the task at hand, which is win this match and move forward into the top 16. And this is rack 4. Rodney Morris, 11-ball going to find its way to the bottom corner, and he's off to the races. Looking like he's got everything he needs here, Stephen. I don't see any issues.
I'd be inclined to agree with you there, Mike. A great spread. The 15-ball is the only real question mark, and it's not even really a question mark. It's an exclamation point that he'll use to get on the 8-ball, I believe.
Yeah, he's just going to get this one up above the 14. And that's really going to open up the remainder of the rack. So 15 to the corner. He's likely going to use the 14 to get onto the 8-ball.
I like the way he played that.
And he's just double-checking his work there. And that's always a good idea. Yeah, it looks like plans have changed. Well, it's going to be 13-10-8. And Rodney Morris looking to go 3-1 ahead of young Gavin. I'll tell you what, he's overrolled this.
He's slightly tree-topped here. And going forward while being tree-topped is not what you want.
Yeah, it looks like he's forced to play on the right side of the cue ball just a touch. He's going to try to avoid the 4-ball if he can. And look at this. Big error for Rodney Morris.
You know what this is? This is going to be an opportunity for young Gavin Ray Matthew. A good hit, so no ball in hand. Now it's just he needs to work out the details of the run. Mike, what are you seeing here?
Honestly, I think that Gavin should be able to take care of this. Just can't really let that speed, hamper his abilities. Super talented player. Obviously has high pool intelligence, but like you mentioned before, the speed that Gavin likes to shoot at, sometimes that can get the better of the player. But looks like he's trying to manage that pretty well here. Actually like to see him play the 7 here. Yeah, just draw back. He wants to get on the 3 ball. He doesn't get there, so backup plan with the yellow 1.
That was a big draw, and he kind of landed in no man's land. He could have landed a little shorter, been good, a little longer, been great.
Yeah, fair assessment there. It's going to go around the backside of the 8 ball. Some players like to dig there and drag it over to the right long rail. Gavin plays a natural shot there. Just going to float the 2 in here. Still not perfectly in line, but very much available here.
Yeah, he's having to work just a little harder on all of his shots, including this one here. He's very capable of making this ball. He may have to bank it.
Yeah, he overran position there. He's going to come up shy.
It rolled out a little far, but I like the fact that he played it short because he knew if he missed it, he wasn't going to bobble it and leave it in the hole.
All right. Well, Rodney Morris finds good fortune after that missed positional shot from Gavin Matthews, so he's going to put another one up on his side. That could have been a very big turning point. Gavin's still super talented. Again, 12 years old, playing a legend in the game, and he's really just right there. Very close.
Yeah, had a big opportunity. Just wasn't quite able to turn it out. Make it his moment.
Yeah, sometimes the adrenaline gets the better of the player, and he kind of went through that ball a little bit extra, drawing 2 rails around, coming low on that 5 ball.
And it really started on that shot where he kind of landed in that no man's land area.
He never really recovered position from there.
Yeah, little things here and there, overroll this, underroll that, and all of a sudden you're looking at a bank shot when you should have been looking at a straight-in 5 ball.
Fair enough. Here he goes. Back of the table, Gavin Matthew, rack 5.
Look at the break, Mike. Oh, it just ended up sketchy at the top and there with the 313. I think the obvious play here, if he can get a shot on it, is the solids. The 3 ball does have a pocket. So does the 4. As it stands, the 11 and 10 do not, but you can use the 15 to get there. So at this point, it may be personal preference.
Yeah, I think that he wanted a shot at the stripes just because of where the 15 is located there, but he's kind of forced to take solids here. Not really an option.
No. Oh.
Ball hangs on by a thread.
That could have been disastrous.
Well, 6 ball to the side. If he can make this, he's still got a chance for the run out. Yeah, this is okay, but still got to find out a solution to the puzzle that is that 4 ball. And he might have just found it right here.
That actually works really well.
Yes, it does. Wants to go underneath the 4 and kick it out.
It just needs to be deliberate.
Oh, just like that. How about that result? Hey, where do you want the 4 to end up? How about sitting in front of the pocket?
There you see, he throws his hand up, a little bit of an apology for Roddy. Now, I'm not quite sure about this play. I thought maybe he just might slow roll it.
No, I liked him going there. It gave him a good avenue and a good range to get position on the 8. Although he did underhit it. Look at that.
Oh, listen to the crowd reaction there. He's got a nice little fan base.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, although the fans do love Rodney Morris, how can you not root for Gavin Matthew, 12 years old out here, making it to the final 32 in the open field of these monsters. I mean, you got to root for the kid.
Yeah, and I know his mom and dad are sitting in the VIP section. His mom is one of the sweetest ladies I've ever met. She's always so excited to see me. And that, for me, just shows she's a really genuine person, and she loves watching her son play pool. His dad has done a lot to help him get coached and help him find the path to being a great pool player. And unfortunately, his dad was set to play the Open, and I think he broke his foot a couple weeks ago.
Oh, man.
And so he actually ended up having to give his spot away, and he's rolling around here on one of those scooter things. But he's suffering through the pain because he wants to watch Gavin play. So pretty cool experience there.
Right. Rack 6, Rodney Morris smashing the rack. And what's he going to see here? Tell you what, it's stripes for me, but doesn't really have that perfect opener. I think he might look at the 12 ball to the side. I mean, he likes the 15, but he's just trying to figure out how to avoid the 8 ball. So he's going to go with solids from here. I don't really like that because of the 3-5. And he's going to miss the shot.
He's missed it.
Unbelievable start there. So great opportunity for Gavin Matthew to take advantage. We're going to see this again. You watch Rodney playing a little bit of left-hand spin on the cue ball, and at that speed throws it away from the gut of the pocket, hitting the jaw and hanging up. And Gavin's solved the puzzle.
Now he's just got to piece it together one by one.
I think he wanted to go on the opposite side of that. He wanted to come back up and bump the 9 ball.
I don't like this shot here. You got to be careful with what the 3 ball is going to do.
And he's played that okay. 5 ball to follow. Not a lot of cue ball to work with here, so be very careful. And he's looking like he wants to follow up with the 3 ball, as that's what he's looking at there. I don't know if he got there. Rail first, perhaps, but
I think it's a no pun intended, it's a thin shot.
Yeah, it is.
You're going to have to go rail first and catch the 3 ball very thin, and then you're probably running directly into the 15, which is going to leave you completely hooked on the 6.
Yeah, he's going to have to shoot the 6 ball here. Got to shoot the 6. Just cut it up the table, straight up into the corner, back and forth with the cue ball.
All right. Well, and it's just getting worse and worse, unfortunately, here. Now, there might be a play here for going to the side rail. He's going to kick this way.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Steven. There's not a natural kick here. He's going to have to manipulate the cue ball. I actually like him hitting before the side pocket, spinning towards it. I think that's really the only line he's got.
You think he can get in between the 13-12 without hitting the 12?
There's a chance, but he's going to have to manipulate it. Doesn't look like a natural kick.
And he wanted to go the other way, and
yeah,
I think we both knew how that was going to end up. Now, he's made a small problem for Rodney to work out, but
he'll likely solve that in the first shot.
Yeah, I think it'll be pretty easy. If he didn't have a straight-in shot, he would definitely have a breakout. So,
all right, Rodney just going to follow this one forward. And everything's sitting nice here. Gavin Matthew riding the coattails of Rodney Morris. Just couldn't close there. And I think you were right with that assessment earlier about the speed of Gavin Matthew. I mean, if he just gets a hold of those things, just gives himself a time to process and really just align and set for the shots, this kid is going to be absolutely a monster. Devastating player.
Yeah, and it's a funny thing because I was a junior player. Back before we were called junior players, we were just kids playing pool. And I had the same issue. I moved around the table very quickly. And lo and behold, It was not a good thing for me, and here we are 20 years later. I finally slowed down a little bit, and it's helped me out tremendously. If Gavin can figure out how to do that, he can be incredible. But right now, the experience and the understanding of Rodney Morris has proven to be the difference between the two players. If you take everything out of it, whether he's a junior or how old he is or anything like that, I think the experience is the only thing that's keeping Gavin Ray from being ahead of Rodney at this time.
Yeah. Well, Rodney Morris, as much of a fan as he is of the juniors and a lot of other players, he's concerned with doing what he came here to do, which is win the event. And he's got one under his belt already, 10-ball showdown, winning that in spectacular fashion over Chris Melling last night. And now he's got a dispatch and Gavin Matthew.
There's a lot of things going on in the Open, and I believe that there's a couple different grudge matches. I think Rodney would like or Chris would like another shot at Rodney, and I think Justin would like another shot at Chris.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. So here we go. Gavin Matthew breaks rack 7. Does find success. Ball's flying in. You see him trying to manage his decisions. And he's going to make that 14. So he's got the 10 or the 9 here. Really going to be his choice. And it's going to be the 10 ball. I'll tell you, the cueing of young Gavin, very accurate. Very accurate.
Yeah, he doesn't miss many balls.
Yeah, he gets out of line a couple of times, or maybe gets a little hasty with the run out, but very, very accurate indeed. Firing the 9 ball into the point of that side, and again, that was just, it seemed like he had a lot of, quick on the get down. Like to see him take a little bit more time.
Not only that, but some extra force as well.
Yeah. He went right through it. But, how kids are, to get really excited and just want to pow right in the kisser. And Rodney says, hey, I can do that too. I can do that.
What are we watching here, Mike?
You know what we're watching? We're watching Gavin Matthew climb back into this one and maybe steal it back from Rodney Morris.
When we saw Rodney do that to him just a minute ago, Rodney missed the 3. Gavin had a chance, got a little out of line, and Rodney comes swinging back and steals the rack. Maybe a little bit of revenge here if Gavin can get a good starting shot on this.
He's just going to nip this one in. Loses the cue ball just a little bit. 11 still available. Like to see him play it off the rail to move the 3 out of the way so that 8 ball has a bigger pocket.
Oh, he tried to play your shot.
Yeah.
Fortunately, caught it a little thick.
Yeah. You could see that he recognized the shot. But I'll be honest. Does that 3 ball go by?
It's going to be a really hard one to see. I can tell you right now, I don't think it goes by. There is a possibility that if you get the right angle, you could push it with the cue ball playing top English, but it's a very, very positional shot. You have to be in the perfect spot.
Yeah, I think Rodney's going to try to move that. Maybe play the 5, get on the 6, try to go rail first into that top short rail and try to peel it off. He comes a little far for that, though. He's still looking at it, though. He wants to maybe draw into it.
Yeah, this is the correct shot, trying to break it out, and he does.
Yeah, nice shot there from Rodney Morris.
He got the nudge on the 3 he wanted. He did not get the nudge on the 1 that he wanted, because I don't think he wanted any.
No, he's just going to back cut this one. Just going to navigate around this 2 ball. As long as he avoids it, he should be off to the races. And that'll work too.
And now he's just got to get back up table. You're probably going to see him yank this one a little bit, unless he can get there naturally past the 13.
Yeah, just right before the side pocket. Get up to that top rail. And you'll likely see him stay behind the 8 ball. Just get up behind this 8 just like that. Play it right to the side pocket. Nice shot. Rodney Morris. Yeah, a couple of missed opportunities there for young Gavin, but I'll tell you what, the match is still very much alive. Yeah, we still have 19 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Now remember, we are racing to 7. So time never really going to be a factor, I don't think, for these two, but Gavin does need to put some points up. Love to see Gavin in a 6-ball shootout. I want to see what he does there. Feel like he'll be the first one to make 6 balls in 6 seconds. You know what I mean?
We've talked about it a little bit. I see his parents quite a bit when I'm up in Dallas working with the league, and we always talk about the 6-ball shootouts. And I know for a fact that Gavin practices them, and I want to say, and I may be wrong, but I want to say that they have, obviously it's not in competition, recorded a 17 or 18 second time.
No, I believe that all day. All day I believe that.
I do know, if I remember correctly, I think he had made a ball or maybe 2 on the break, which definitely helps. But I think that time is very attainable for the young man.
Here we go. Rack 8. Rodney Morris does get success on the break. And he's going to look around. Yeah, it's going to be stripes here. He wants to play the 15 here, but doesn't really love position from there. So he's going to try to work himself back into a better spot.
I like this.
Yeah, he didn't really get where he wanted to be. He wanted to shoot the 11 ball to follow up, but it's going to be the 12 to the side now. And he might have hit the window. Yes, he did. This is perfect. He's going to come over for the 11, same pocket.
I don't know if that was by design, Mike, but that was a really clever way to run that pattern.
Yeah, I think he had some backups there, but, you know, it looks small here, but the gap between the 3 8's a little bit bigger than we think. You know, he was playing for that. He's just going to double check where he wants to be on this 14. And, I mean, he can just draw back to the rail, but it's kind of a small spot to hit. He's got to hit just above the 2 ball, and he can't hit the pocket, of course.
I think he wanted to roll forward, and yeah, that's what he wants to see the gap there, but I think it's close.
No, he's hit it just right. And again, sometimes it's deceiving from our view, but the gap between the 3-6 was a lot bigger than it seemed on our screen. And Rodney Morris does it again. 6-2 now.
It was a beautiful run by Rodney there.
Yeah, it was.
And I feel like, you know, this match right here, the score line does not tell the story of the match.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Lots of trading back and forth, and unfortunately, Rodney Morris's jabs are hurting Gavin a little bit more than Gavin's are hurting Rodney's. But it's been a dogfight for sure. For being such a young man, he looks very composed in his seat, as well as Rodney. Rodney, you know, he's a joker. He likes to have fun. You don't hardly ever see the guy without a smile on his face. But when he's in this arena, he is as serious as can be. All right. So what are we looking at here? What do you think, Mike? It looks like Gavin's going to go for the stripes.
Yeah, I feel like he kind of has to. There's not really any solids available from here. I mean, he could shoot the 4, but definitely going to be stripes.
Yeah, maybe for lack of shot. But I don't see any huge issues. Gavin's just got to be real careful about the one thing that's hurt him in this match, and that's just losing his cue ball, moving stuff a little bit too much.
And that's actually going to work out just right. Soft draw here. Play the 10.
His movements are just an inch here and an inch there. That's the difference between Gavin being dead perfect and having just a slightly tougher shot.
Tell you what, though, he's having a blast out there and showcasing some of his unbelievable talents. He was looking to stall on the 2-ball. He wanted a better line on this 10, but he's going to make it work. You see him playing draw here. I wanted to see him go forward there, and he's going to lose the cue ball again.
It looks like, I guess he can see this ball. He's going for a double bank.
Oh. Foul shot. No, ball in hand, Rodney Morris on the hill. This is tough.
And you saw there, he kind of popped up on that. He knew it was thin. He knew it was a gap. He was trying to make it happen. And unfortunately, that pop-up may have been the cause for that just guaranteed foul. And look, I'll be honest. Gavin has not shown his best today. We know the felt conditions are tough. We know the cloth is slick, and the rails are running very quickly. But Gavin Ray Matthew is such a talent, and I know he's got to be proud of making it to the final 32.
Yeah, he's done well. I think that he definitely didn't want to exit in the final 32, but it's going to be all Rodney Morris from here on out. It's going to be 7-2 as our final, as Rodney deposits this 8-ball. And I'm going to shake Gavin's hand there. Congratulations, Rodney Morris moves forward. Looking forward to seeing Gavin Matthew in future matches and future events. But right now, Rodney Morris moving forward. We'll be right back with Skylar Woodward and Chase Stumpful. We'll be right back.
At APD Studios, we don't just design pool rooms. We build experiences around the game that we all know and love. I'm Adam Pfeiffer, a licensed architect for 10 years and a nearly 25-year pool player. I bring nearly 2 decades of real-world experience designing, setting up, and optimizing pool rooms and tournaments, both locally and nationally. Whether you're upgrading your pool room to host larger tournaments, planning a full-scale event, or just looking to perfect your home playing space, I design with purpose. From traffic flow and lighting to vendor zones and spectator comfort, every detail is considered, making it efficient for staff, welcoming for players and spectators alike, and compliant with local building codes. For residential spaces, I bring the same precision, crafting rooms that feel luxurious, play beautifully, and reflect a true passion for the game. At APD Studios, we design for more than just gameplay. We design for the future of your room.
With over 175 years of billiards history, tradition, and expert craftsmanship, Brunswick is a name synonymous with our game, which makes it the perfect partner for Ultimate Pool USA's vision of fun, fast, and exciting pool for the players all across the United States. Brunswick, Ultimate Pool USA's official table partner.
Welcome back. The 10-ball showdown champion is still going strong in the Open. Rodney, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tough matchup, that one, really, because obviously you're playing a 14-year-old lad that's,
12 years old.
Is he only 12?
12,
I got told he's 14. Yeah, that's incredible. He's really talented and quite rightly so.
Yeah.
But it's a tough matchup for you you kind of got to do the professional job.
Yes, yeah. And you want to watch. You're pulling for him as well, but you still got to take care of business. And he just came off of a big win. He beat a good player 7-3 the match before.
Yeah.
So I was like, it was just a couple of little missed shots. Where at that age. Yeah. It's expected, to be kind of quick.
Yeah.
So as he gets better and learns a little bit more how to slow down just a hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Coming from me.
I was going to say, you're telling people to slow down. What's going on here?
But I think some people play really fast. Like Tony Drago, Melling. Like they can play fast. Myself. Yeah. Some people just a touch slower. Yeah. They find their right rhythm.
There's a difference between playing fast and rushing.
Yes, that's what I mean. Exactly.
Rhythm,
exactly.
So,
yeah. So.
Yeah. But you must be pleased. Obviously, last night was fantastic to get your first title with us, and obviously then being able to kind of come back today and have another big title to go for.
Yeah, it'd be nice to. It's hard to regroup. 9 in the morning, but I got by a couple matches, so I'm feeling good, and the stroke is actually starting to get smoother and smoother as we go along.
What I love about pool players is the fact that they don't mind playing at 2 in the morning. They still want to play at 9 in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. I said 9 in the morning is great if I stayed up all night and played till 9. That's fine, but not when you get up. Yeah.
But the action comes thick and fast now into the last 16. So it's now back to back. If you're going to go deep and win this one, so it's kind of like just doing the right things and getting yourself ready.
Yeah. Just trying to stay focused, making sure you're hydrated, and and eat because you don't want to get too tired. When you're getting ready to play. So and just got to figure out how to. You notice I didn't even bring my break cue out. I'm watching everybody get good results with the second ball break. Yeah. So I'm just doing that now. It seems to be working out.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on that as the event goes on. Congratulations on making it through, and we look forward to seeing your progress as you continue through the event.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No worries. And we're going to move on. As you can see, Skylar Woodward has just made it out into the arena, and Chase Stumpful's out there as well, so we are going to send it down. And we've got another matchup coming to you from the last 32.
Thank you very much, Simon. Well done there to Rodney Morris. And this is what we have up next. Skylar Woodward versus Chase Stumpful. This promises to be a cracking match in store. Tony Holgate and Eric Charlton has come to join me in the commentary box. How are you feeling, buddy?
Feeling good. Feeling good, man. My whole day just opened up. I got plenty of time.
Yeah.
I'm feeling good.
Yeah. I'm pleased you've come in to join us. Pick yourself off the deck after.
Yeah, no, I feel good, man. Come on.
Yeah, you played really, really well, and well, we won't talk.
Most of the time, right? Like every now and again the table malfunctions and you don't get out. It's fine. I'm looking forward to this one though.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Chase Stumpful makes the ball off his opening rack. Or opening break, should I say. Races to 7, 40 minutes on the match clock still.
You think he's going to try and slide behind that 7 ball and just kind of tickle the 14 and the 12 up there and just open them up a little bit? That works too. Well, maybe I spoke a little too soon. It'll be okay. I think the 13 can slide in past the 3 ball. It's just not what he wanted.
Yeah, he was playing some great stuff the other night in the shootout. Was Chase, who was 3-all with Tom Cousins, and then he had a bit of rough luck at the end of that match, and just slid away from him. But he was making a good account of himself out there. So obviously eager to get back out onto the TV table.
Oh, always such a rush to play out there.
We've seen plenty of Skylar as well through the last 2 or 3 days. In the shootout when he was 6-4 up against Chris Meling, and Chris Meling produced a masterclass to win 7-6 with just 2 seconds remaining on the clock.
Yeah,
which is incredible. So Skylar also looking to get out there and prove a point.
Chase always plays in a way where he doesn't care who's sitting across from him.
No.
Yeah, you need to learn how to do that.
You can see that 12 ball stuck to the 7, but he obviously fancies making that ball from there.
He just doesn't seem sure about it.
First rack in the arena is always a little bit of an edgy one. I always find it's you want to put your marker down.
Yep. Yeah, I think you always have to assume that your opponent's going to come to the table and break and run on you, and so you really need to capitalize on this while you got it. And I think he's good.
Yeah, especially when you get deep like we are now. You know, the games come thick and fast, and they're all super opponents as well.
Oh.
Well. Saw Justin Bergman miss an 8 down there
Yeah.
early against yourself.
I remember. I was rooting for that.
This is always nice when you get to come to the table with nothing in your way.
Oh my goodness!
Well, what are we seeing?
Right off the cue ball, I thought that was missing, but I thought maybe it was the angle on the TV. But yeah, he just missed it.
That's incredible.
You've seen Skyler miss a couple of balls in the shootout, and he just, I don't know what's going on, but he either plays perfect or he's dogging some. Good
Nice
shot.
done.
Yeah.
Nice pace about that shot. So, Chase Stumpful, and he'll be quite surprised because he got back to the table, but down goes the 8. And Chase wins the opening rack at the second attempt. Yeah.
What do you guys call that? The second bite of the cherry?
Second bite of the cherry, yeah. You like that, do you?
I do. Yeah, he's got to be pleased. It's real easy to get down on yourself when you don't get out there when he thought he should, and then to still walk away with the win.
It can always happen, those unexpected misses. Sometimes you take them for granted because you present it with such an easy shot and then you just get down and hit it and think, well, what did I do there? Well, I'm not referring to your 11 ball, by the way.
It feels exactly like you're talking about my shot.
I would never do that to you, buddy.
No,
he said, I'm not. No, but we've seen a few. There's been a few. Justin missed a couple. You missed one.
Yeah.
Skyler's just missed that one.
I don't remember missing any other balls in that match. I think that might have been the only one I
think it was.
Yeah.
No, you played brilliantly.
You missed that one. You deserve to lose. But yeah, that's you're right. I mean, it's happening to people. More often than not, it's when the 15-second shot clock hits because
Yeah.
Anyway,
Skyler. Skyler to break rack number 2.
Let's see what he comes with. I was switching my break a couple of times because it was breaking dry too many times, and it's so frustrating when you're out there and the break's working, and then all of a sudden it's not. You got to find out why because your opponent's break's working. And look at this.
Well, he's come with a head ball, and it was interesting to listen to Rodney Morris a second ago in his interview, and he said he didn't bother bringing his break cue because he said, I've been watching a lot of guys hitting the second ball down off the break shot. He said, and being successful, so that's what I'm going to just follow that.
Was it working for him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's quite happy with that. But yeah, Skyler there, head ball. I wonder if he switches it up, if he continues to break dry.
I broke head ball 3 times, and twice I was successful with it. And you always get the nice layouts like this. And that's kind of what I was hoping for, get a nice layout.
Well, Justin goes down into the second, and more often than not, he seems to make a ball in that bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah. It's like clockwork. He was playing
He
good.
was doing it the other night in Shootout. I think he did it something like 8 times on the spin, which is incredible.
If he can get on that 5 ball right now, the rest of this rack is real nice. Great shot.
Yeah, nice positive strike from Chase.
Well, he can just come straight across the table, and he will land on one of those. You can go too far. You get 2, 3, 7. You can be good on the 4 up in the corner. Just got to put it in the hole.
Well, it's Chase's turn. That's to miss a ball.
A little work to do here, huh?
So where are you going here, Eric, then, to attack these stripes?
That's a good question. I'm probably going to start with the 15 ball down in the bottom right and It's kind of funny to see his angle, because if he could just drift forward to the rail and off, and I don't even mind taking the 11 top right. These shots are hangers for guys like Skyler, but for me, this would make me a little nervous. Just a little nervy on the cut, but he's perfect. Is he going to get right behind that ball and get perfect? Well, he might be straight in, but he's probably touching. No call. Yeah, he's in trouble right away.
Yeah, nothing doing either with the 13 and the 9. Looking at the combo, 13 onto the 9, try and knock it in the side pocket. Makes that one. Again, he's attacking his 14 ball. That's 2 attempts he's trying to get rid of that.
If he just gets straight in on the 12 on the top left, he can just roll forward and shoot the 14 in the bottom left. I feel like that's a pretty safe way for him to go. Or you just get above it right now.
Yeah, I think he runs now with some top and left-hand spin on the cue ball. You know, if he gets behind it or he chooses to bump it. He's gone for the bump. Oh, that couldn't have been any worse. Luckily, you can still see the 11. He can make that.
I think he can draw it into the rail between the 8 and the side pocket and try and float up again above it.
This would be attempt number 3.
Yeah. Sometimes you do that. You chase that trouble ball the whole way.
But this time, he is on it.
Hold on, Tony. Okay. Thought you were jinxing my man out there.
He's actually got a decent angle as well to get the cue ball out for that 15.
Oh, no.
Wow.
You don't expect to see that.
I think he just took his eye off the shot because they're concentrating too much on making sure he got the cue ball over for the 15. And it's a bit of an edgy one from both players.
Yeah, he's looking good here. 2 in the corner, 7 on the side, 3 in the corner. It's a sharp-looking shirt Skyler's got on there. Might let me try it on later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think it fit?
No. I'd stretch out the neck hole. I got a big old head. So he's probably not excited about the way he's got to finish this from where they were sitting. But he's such a straight shooter. He's got to still favor his chances to get out here. Boy, those referees are like hawks out there. I love it.
Yeah, they don't miss a thing. And that cue was going to go a bit too close to the rail for Chase's liking. Now he's got to pump this in and cue ball right back down off the bottom rail.
I'm glad it's not just me. This table's just beating everybody up. Except for Chris Melling. Great shot.
Yeah, that was very nicely done there.
Super shot.
Yeah,
would say.
Yeah, that could have gone wrong. Wasn't easy. So this 8 ball for a 2-0 lead for Chase Stumpful.
And we're 9 minutes into the match already. This is a little slow going.
Well, yeah, because they've made a couple of mistakes each, and Chase will be happy.
I would imagine. No lead is safe out there.
Nope. Especially a 4-0 lead.
Definitely.
Yeah, but you did a couple of dry breaks, and all of a sudden, there's nothing you can do. You can just sit there.
Yeah, as you should. As you should. The crowd's been great here this week, too.
Oh, it's a fabulous venue. Really is, and big crowds have been here all 4 days.
Everything's running smooth, a little ahead of schedule, too. It's kind of nice.
Yeah.
You check in for your match and get called up a little bit early, and there's action to see. I walked out there just earlier, and Shane Thompson was playing Sam Henderson, and then Joe Prince was playing a couple tables over, and Tom Cousins is out there playing. Jovan Bustamani's getting called up, and Chris Melling. Everybody's out there playing. It's just so much fun. Every corner of this pool room, you got some championship pool going on.
Yeah, the start of the tournament is obviously in groups of 4, and 2 players go through from each group. So you generally get all the big boys will come in, and now it goes to the knockout stage, and that's when all these big clashes come in.
Yeah. Yeah, people ask me, they go, wait, they're down to 128? They're going to try and do that in one day? And I was like, well, every round you chop the field in half. And so not only are they doing the 128, they get the women's event, second chance events, junior events, and we're going to be done tonight. It's like clockwork. Well, that's my favorite part about Ultimate Pool. I know I've said it before. It's the scheduling.
Yep.
It's a breath of fresh air.
Yeah. You kind of know when you're going to get on and play.
Successful break, nice split. Take your pick. What do you like here? I like them all. I can't even decide.
I like stripes for me. I just think because they're all very close to each other. There's not a lot of movement with the cue.
A lot of nice connectors for the 8 ball, which is like dead center in the table. So
yeah, you're kind of going up and down and side to side with the solids.
I was sitting like that last night. Yeah, it seems like it's 10 degrees cooler in there. You'd think that with the lights and stuff, it's going to be hot, but no, I felt.
I mean, it's cold outside. We can confirm that, but
it's a fact.
It's nice and warm in here.
And Chase agrees with your call there, Tony. He likes the striped balls.
Yeah, like you say, they connect a lot better.
Yeah. I feel like if this angle here lets him float past the 11 ball, and if the 12 passes in the bottom right, yeah, that's what he's looking at. I think he's money in the bank here, ready to go. Both the balls in the center of the table, the 9 and the 15, both go easily into the right side if he needs to. Oh, okay, I don't mind this. So many different ways you can go on this table. Oh, I don't know.
Doesn't want that.
It looked like he was trying to go into it, but go into it heavy.
It might still go. I mean, from our angle here, the 5 is stuck to the ball, but
I feel for him.
We'll soon know, because if it doesn't, he's going to have to move it. No, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
So, Chase Stumpful just wants to leave a nice little angle. Just to get up for the 8. And this will be a dream start for Chase if he can get to 3 racks without reply from Skylar.
Good control.
Nicely done. So, Chase Stumpful is going to get another rack on the board. In goes the 8. Chase Stumpful now 3 to the good.
Feeling good. You get to this point and you know, just hold serve from now on. Just break and run your racks, and then there's no way you're going to lose. I remember begging the ref. I said, just give me one ball. Come on, just give me one ball. Just let me have one, please. All right, Skylar's going to take off his arm hoodie over there and get ready to break off. Let's see if he sticks with that same break he did last time. He is. He's going head ball. Yep, getting out the lumber again. Swinging for the fences. I don't mind it. It's weird because the racks are never in the same spot. And there always might be a degree off here and there, and you just need one to drop, and he's crushing them. So I favor him to make a ball. Or 2 or 3. All right, look at this.
Well, if he can get through to that 3 ball at the top with his first shot, you really think Skylar should run these out?
Sometimes the pool gods are cruel like that, and it's just going to tease you with it up there and then make you go a different way. If that 4 ball wasn't hanging, these stripes would be juicy. The 10 does pass on the right side if he decides to go stripes.
It looks like he's going to go for the stripes.
Just don't let the 3 tie up the toe. Okay, good. Nice and soft.
tell you after this match we will turn our attention to the Women's Open, and the match we will have up for you will be Sharon Rinkert versus Jordan Helfrey.
Oh, awesome. Jordan's playing great this week.
Playing very well.
Big surprise, huh? So I think he's getting to the point where he better do something. You think he's going to go into him or try and get an angle to get on the 10?
Well, he's left himself where he can just roll this down into the bottom right and get on that 10, just get below it, shoots that into the side, and then he's got the 2 stripes at the top.
Good shot. I love how he left the 12 ball up there because he knew he was just going to be floating this ball in. And I think he's going to aim for a couple extra seconds. There we go. No more unfortunate misses.
No, this has been a tidy clearance here.
Great speed control. Easiest of 8 balls inside. Skylar Woodward's on the board. There's that worry coming out of Chase's eyes.
Well, you know that they're not going to keep missing. Yep. And a player of Skylar's ability, as he puts half his jumper on again, he's not going to just lay down and give up the ghost. All the smiles. So what Chase wants is to immediately break and run.
Yeah.
Just stop that little comeback in its tracks.
Yeah, it helps the score, and it also puts a little bit of heat on Sky. And that's what you need. If you could just ramp up the temperature 1 degree on them, I mean, it could cause something funny to happen. This is great. I don't know about the 1 and the 3 down table. I might take the stripes up, for sure.
Yeah, it's just navigating the cubel up for the top, the 2 stripes up on the top rail. But that shouldn't be too much of a problem, so decent chance here for Chase.
Yeah, he does this right now, right? Just floats a 10 into the side pocket to the top rail and out a few inches. Or is he going to stun in the middle? Yeah, interesting.
Can he play that soft enough up on that top rail just to hold for the 9?
I couldn't. I think it's tough. Unless he tries to stop on the side rail to just give him a little bit of insurance for the 14 in case it doesn't go. Yeah, he's not even going to try it.
No, I don't blame him, because I think that was tricky, especially because you're bridging over the 6 ball.
Yeah.
So pop the 14 in here, leave a nice angle. And he just comes wide through the gap of 7 and the 4 in that area there, just bounce off that rail behind the 9. Little bit of right hand spin here just to take it into that wide area.
Yeah, I think the only thing you need to guard against is kind of just coming in a little too hot, because when you bounce off yeah, he's perfect.
Nicely done by Chase. Starting to get a good flow. And now a tap in 8 to restore his 3 rack cushion. 4-1 Chase Stumpful. The young man from Kansas City. He's looking pretty tasty out there.
He had a good win in his 128 match against Vilmos Foldis. Had a really good win over there.
Yeah, Vilmos, very good player. We saw him a couple of days ago in the shootout.
Yeah, you don't see him play too much.
No, and he was beaten. He won his first match, and then he was beaten by Chris Melling.
Yeah.
And Chris obviously went on to lift the shootout title.
All right. This is a huge game here. Massive difference between 5-1 and 4-2. Massive.
Yeah, you get to 5 and you can start seeing light at the end of the tunnel. You can see the finish line ahead.
Yes, you can. Oh, well, at least it didn't fly off the table. It's a little stiffer penalty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cue ball bouncing there into the side pockets. A chase. Ball in hand up at the top in the kitchen. They're getting some good splits in this match.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, Solids are great here. Looking like he's going to play the combination. 7 up to the 5. Draw the cue ball back slightly.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because a lot of times when the cue ball scratches on the break, as opposed to leaving the table, you're just fine with your pattern. But I think that if he had ball in hand anywhere on the table there, he probably would have started with ball in hand on the 7 in a different hole or in the 5. And so it did have a little bit of an outcome. A little bit of influence in the match.
Yeah.
It's okay, Scott.
It's tough to take at the moment because, I mean, if you're a betting man, you wouldn't predict one of either player to race away. You look at the match, you think, this is like quite a tight game, I think. You make Skyler slight favourite.
Sure.
Because of his stature in the game and everything else and the experience, but Chase is a great player himself.
I love how he did that. I was thinking about how he's going to get on the 2 to get on the 4, and he just took care of it right now. That was smart. Good shot, Chase.
I've seen a lot of Chase over the last year that I've been at Ultimate Pool USA, and he's always been a little bit inconsistent. He'll play a great match, and all of a sudden everything goes wrong, and it's just it gets away from him. But I must say, he looks a lot more measured.
Yeah.
He sort of stopped himself from going a bit, maybe a bit too quick sometimes around the table. But
I know he travels a little bit lately and playing a lot of pool and playing a lot of good pool. He's just going to back himself to make the long 8. I'd back him too.
Well, this for 5-1. Taking his time, sets himself. Very nice indeed.
Yes, sir.
Once again from Chase Stumpful. 5 racks to 1. He leads Skylar Woodward. And now the alarm bells must be ringing on the left-hand side of the arena as we look at it. That man there. Just thinking, okay, just stay calm, stay calm.
Yeah, I know what's going through his head right now. Dry break, dry break, dry break.
Absolutely.
Oh, no, wait, that was Guy's break.
Oh,
this
it was,
is his
yeah,
break.
he
Scratched,
scratched
on the break, that's right. So he's thinking wet break.
Yeah.
Or whatever the equivalent is. I don't know. There's got to be a term for it. And in Skylar's head, he goes, all right, well, I just need to wait my turn. 1 slip up, and that's going to be a 2-rack swing, and then 1 more slip up, and we're tied. So, you got to stay positive out there. Sometimes it's hard, but you got to do it. Because anything can happen.
Chase would just love to make a ball off this break, keep the cue ball on the table as well. And he has made the ball. The cue ball is in play. And what's he been left?
Well, the 4 ball's going to be okay.
We're looking at the table. He's forced to go.
Oh, he can't shoot the 2.
He's forced to go solids.
You might be looking to see if the 9 squeezes between the 7 and the 5. But then, there's nothing wrong with solids. You can get this first one down. Yeah, nominated solids.
Nice straight cueing once again. And he's just got to be bubbling inside now. Well, the balls are there to get on the hill.
Little funny angle. You think he's going to try and go forward and just push the 3 up a little bit, or is he going to kind of punch it and hit the 10 out of there? I like that. Good touch.
Yeah, I didn't think he wanted to punch the 10 because he might have just shoved it next to the 8.
Or give yourself a funny angle, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is nice.
So next time we're back here in the Ultimate Pool USA will be in May in Florida. You signed up for Florida?
Yeah. Yep. The minute it opened, I got it.
I know, you were sat here with me. You were
That's
pressing
right.
the button.
Yeah, I was sitting here with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I made sure I got in, and then I went ahead and texted all my friends and said, hey, they open, make sure you get in too.
Yeah, we'll be at Classic Billiards, Lauderhill.
I was just out in that area like 6 weeks ago. It was a lot nicer then than it's going to be in May. It's going to start getting a little sticky out there, but
yeah, I've been
but it's
told.
not bad. I mean, we never leave the pool room when we're out here. There's no reason to ever leave the pool room. So until you go to the beach,
yeah,
go to the beach on your off day. So I lost track of this. I forgot there was even a 6-ball down there because he was taking care of all the work up here. So he's
just wondering if you could just come off the rail and spin with a bit of side through past the 9 and the 11.
Yeah. That's exactly what he did. And I guarantee he thought he hit that too soft, and it just keeps rolling, and now, he's not in love with it, but it worked out better than he probably thought it was going to when he hit it.
Yeah, he's got to track that cue ball for the 8. The 8 won't go in the left-hand side pocket because the 11's blocking it. That would have been an easier route. So now
he could probably dig into it with some low left and wrap around the bottom right corner, come towards the center.
I was just going to ask you what your thoughts would be for that, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, I would even love if you can hold it for the 8 in the top right. That'd be, he's going high. I think this is going to work. That'll work for him. Yep.
So this 8 ball, it's not a simple one. It's got to make it, but this for the hill for Chase Stumpful.
When he pulled the trigger on that 6 ball, if you would have told him he was going to end up here, I bet he'd say, I'll take it.
Yeah, you will. Absolutely.
I will take it, yeah.
Yeah, a clear line of sight at the 8 is all you want. Doesn't have to do much with the cue, but just make sure of the pot. And in it goes, and Chase Stumpful is on the hill against Skylar Woodward.
He's bringing it.
Yeah. Just let a bit of air out. Skylar Woodward in all sorts of trouble. We've not really seen him at the table, have we? Too much.
No.
Missed a couple early on, and then he's scratched off the break. He's been dry. Chase has found his groove. He's been excellent.
You think he's going to uncork it on this break? You think Skylar's going to try and show us something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Might as well. Might as well have a little fun.
Remember when I used to commentate with Jim White, and back in some of our pool in the UK, and he used to call it the loser's stroke. He said because you just get up there, he said you generally don't miss, you just don't care, you think you're gone, so you just swing at everything.
Wow, no, he's trying to win. And this is it. If you're in this bracket, this is win or go home. I mean, there's no second chances from here. There's no other tournaments he's in. This is it.
Yep, solids all day long here.
Yes, sir.
Nice easy 5 ball to start off. Take the 2 at the top. So where do you try and get on the 3 balls down at the bottom then, Eric?
He's going to get down for a combination on the 6-1. I'm almost positive about it before you shoot the 2 ball. If it's me, I hate combinations with a passion. I'll try to avoid them all I can. I'd probably take the 1 ball here and then use the 2 to get on the 6 somehow. But, well, I mean, he got so good, I might shoot it from here. But I definitely, if I can avoid a combination, I'll avoid it. And Skylar's good enough to do whatever he wants here. Well, he might not even be able to shoot the 1 straight in if he wanted to. But yeah, he'll just fire the combo in.
Yeah, you want to play it very gently because you don't want the 6 ball to come off the rail and get and glued to the 2. So you just got to be mindful of that.
Yeah, he hit it perfect.
Yeah, very nicely done. And Skyler should be able to wrap this up from here. 6-2.
He's sitting there saying, all right, Chase, I'm watching you. Don't make one mistake, because every mistake you make could cost you 2 from here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And you've got to be brisk about it as well. 16 minutes left on the match clock. On top of that.
Well, once we get down to that 10-minute mark, it's you get to go a little faster.
So, Skyler Woodward.
Nice out.
Breaks and runs, makes it 6-2. On goes the jumper. Warming up, keep the arms warm. And Chase probably expected it. He knew it was going to come at some point. So like you said earlier, Eric, all he's got to do is mind his break, get a good split, and he should be able to get home.
Yeah, and I know exactly how it feels. The pressure will start building. You know, you make 1 or 2 mistakes.
If he breaks dry here, and Skyler runs at 6-3, and then he breaks and runs at 6-4, then you start to think, oh no, don't, please.
What have I done?
Please, don't do it to me.
Yes, sir.
Well, made a ball. How's the layout?
I think the layout is lovely. I think he's going to look at stripes and start with the 14. If the 13 passes and it goes in the side as easy as it looks from here, that's what I'm going to do.
This is where the heart starts pounding. You can see the balls in front of you are there to win the match.
And he's milking the clock already.
Don't blame
I'm just
him.
kidding. Now he's trying to think. Yeah, Chase is not like that. I played him in the National League singles at the
Cherokee.
Yeah, over in Cherokee last year, and he had, I think he had a 1-rack lead, or maybe we were tied. And he was about to have a 1-rack lead, and we had 5 minutes left on the clock, and he wasn't even thinking about it. He was still racing around the table, firing them in, and I like it. I like when they get up there and play pool.
Yeah, he's quite comical. I do like Chase, and I've had a bit of banter with him over the last 12 months or so.
I'd like to get on that 13 as soon as possible. Knock at the side, get it over with. Then you see the finish line.
Yeah, he's all business now, Chase. Just that little subtle bit of English he put on the cue ball there just to bring it back. It's a very nice stroke. I mean, you can take your pick here, can't you, Eric?
Yeah. Yeah, I love how he's saving the 15 ball. That way when he does roll the 13 in, he's on his next ball. You don't have to do anything with it. Because these side pockets will spit balls out just as easy.
Yeah. Skyler's sitting there thinking, just hurry up, please, because I want to put my jumper on.
Yeah. My burger's getting cold.
Oh!
Whoa. If that 8 ball, oh man, if that 8 ball would have dropped, that would have been a nightmare.
Wow.
I think it was tight the whole way. I think he almost, probably overhit his position. Yeah. All right, so this is no easy task here for Skyler. It's more than he should get, so he's going to love it. Beautiful shot. Oh. Yeah, I have a feeling he's going to play a safety on this shot.
Yep.
Roll him up behind the ball.
I thought you might have just took the 15.
Yeah.
Like you said, Eric, he's played the safety.
Because if he can work ball in hand out, now all of a sudden there are no problems. It's not like you have to worry about that 3 ball anymore. Ball in hand's a tall order, though. Chase kicks the ball well. A couple of his balls are up there within a foot of the pocket, and things can happen.
Yeah, the thing is if you're going up into that right top side area, if you don't make a ball, you're likely to leave Skyler on that 3 ball, which is his only, well, I'll say tough. It's not tough, but it's tricky.
Okay. And
he likes that.
Yeah. Yes, he does.
But he has left an angle on the 4. He can get over to the 3. He played it the other way to move.
Well done.
10 out of the way. That's a clever shot.
So is he looking at the 7 off the 15? Was that what he was just looking at that angle to shoot the 7 ball off the 15? I know all the Tom Cousins and the Craig Waddinghams and stuff love doing that shot. I mean, they'll see a little carom shot like that right away, and then I wonder what they're going to do, and then they just do it. But that was a little loose on the cue ball there. And again, scrappy. Now he just goes into him and tries to control the cue ball.
Be careful where you knock the 7. Cue ball could stick to the 8.
Yeah, or you can.
Well, he's playing a bank now.
Yeah, one of the best in the world at it.
Thing is, where the cue ball's going to head with this bank shot is into those stripes at the top. Oh,
and
would you believe it?
Wouldn't surprise me.
But it was always going to go in that direction, the cue ball. Yeah. And very relieved Chase Stumpful, I'm saying, will come to the table now, ball in hand, and have his second chance at wrapping this match up. Just not happened for Skyler today. Four balls away from dispatching Skyler Woodward. And this is a huge moment for Chase.
He did get a couple of fortunate breaks, a couple of scratches, a couple of misses, but I mean, don't take that away from Chase. Chase is playing good.
Yeah, he has played good.
Huh, yeah, he must have fallen dead perfect on this ball. I still like using the 12 and then getting on the 10, but that's so tempting. I play a lot of straight pool, and when sometimes I find myself dead straight in on a ball that I wasn't planning on using, and then just tap it in just so I can get it out of the way. But
yeah, I think I'd have refused the 10 there. So he slides this one into the top right. Cue ball, middle of the table. In it goes. This 8 ball for Chase Stumpful to win this match. And Skyler looks on. And down it goes, and Chase Stumpful beats Skyler Woodward 7 racks to 2. A very, very good win for that young man. And he advances into the next round. When we come back, we'll hear what Chase thinks about all of that. Don't go away.
Well, welcome back to the studio. I am with our latest winner. Fantastic performance there from Chase Stumpful to knock out Skylar Woodward. Chase, congratulations.
Thank you.
Fantastic performance.
Yeah.
You must be thrilled.
Yeah, I told myself going into the match, and I've been playing some of my best pool this weekend, and I struggled kind of with the break here and there. I broke really well, but at times I've scratched, and giving the table away to those guys is brutal. So I just told myself, try to control Whitey and run it back into the stack, and it worked out. So
I don't mean this disrespectfully, but do you feel like you needed a performance like that? We've seen you in a lot of shootouts now. We've seen you have a good run to a semi in a shootout, but it feels like a little while ago. Does it feel like you just needed the performance on that stream table just to get yourself back in deep into the tournament?
I mean, 100%. I feel I was telling Nate earlier that. All my draws I've seen in the Open, in Kansas City last year I had to play Corey Deuel in the round of 128, and in Boston I had to play Tom pretty early on. It's just, I feel like, I've always had to play one of them monsters right out the gate, so to be able to get to, at least 32 and have to play, when it gets down to the end, you're going to play a monster. So, but to be able to get over the hump, it feels great, so.
Yeah, this puts you into the 16. You know you're playing great, and you know the level that you can play at. You're obviously very well respected in Kansas City as well, but potential chance today to go and do something really special and really kind of put your name out there.
Yeah, I mean that's the end goal every time you show up. You want to be on top, so I'm looking forward to it, excited.
Yeah, but try not to get too carried away. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to ask you what it's going to be like to win the tournament. You're still 16. So.
Yeah. I mean, a few matches to go and one at a time. So.
Does it, with that in mind, though, when you go and that some wins kind of will be more statements to the public than others. When you beat someone like Skylar and you beat him so comprehensively, is it hard? Is it easy for you just to kind of start the next match 0-0?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I mean, it's hard. Skylar's kind of been my idol, my entire life. I'm young, so I've looked up to him, and so to be able to even beat someone like that is great for me. But yeah, I mean, a new match is a new match, so have to go out. I mean, my first match this morning, I struggled, and so I told myself, it's a new match, so just go out, have fun.
Final question from me. We obviously saw in Kansas City Ricky Evans breaking through, winning the Open. Seeing someone like Ricky, who people would probably put you in a similar sort of bracket with, go through and have that breakthrough, is that something you can draw confidence from?
I mean, of course, and I know Ricky, to a kind of, not a personal standpoint, but, we both live in Missouri. I've played multiple tournaments with him, so, I was happy for him to see something like that. So, I can only hope that, crowd's behind me as I continue forward.
Well, congratulations. We really look forward to seeing how you go in the last 16, but congratulations on a great victory. And we're going to move on. Change of pace, though, here. We're going to move on to the Iowa Women's Open. So let's send it back to our commentary.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations to Chase Stumpful taking out one of our top seeds, Skylar Woodward. And we've got one of our Women's Open matches coming up for you right here. Sharon Rinkert and Jordan Helfrey. And it looks like Jordan is going to be our breaker. I am Mike DeMarco from Ship to Cash, and joining me, Allison Cuccia.
Hi.
How you doing, Allison?
Doing great.
So you are one of the competitors in the Women's Open?
I am, yes.
And it's nice to get the insight from some of the players in these events. And Jordan, definitely one of the top seeds, and Sharon Rinkert going deep in the event as well. So have you played either of these women?
No, I have not. Nope.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's going to be race to 6, 40 minutes on the match clock. And Jordan comes up dry on the break. So Sharon Rinkert wastes no time getting down to business.
Sharon seems like she's a really strong player.
Yeah, she's apparently living in the area, so she's from Iowa.
Yep.
Yeah, missing that 3-ball there. I feel like she really just didn't like the layout there. Jordan Helfrey, young talent that she is, she's going to dispatch the ball to the side pocket. Arrives in the back side of the 10. It looks like the 10 might still go straight across, and if that's the case, that kind of solves this rack for her.
Mm-hmm.
Just wants to stay forward here. She might try to force it come back across the table for the 15, but she can just float the 9 and then stay right there. Just like that. Simple angle here. She wants to get over to the left side of the table. 12 to the side and 11 to the top corner. She goes a little past ideal, but that's not going to be an issue. You'll likely see Jordan draw just slightly. She's going to play the green stripe next. Yeah, she's got a nice pace going. You can always tell when a player's very confident. You can tell by the pace and body language as they round the table.
It's really nice. That'll set her up right for the 8.
Yeah, this is perfect. Just stay on the backside. 8 ball to the side pocket. And it's going to be Jordan Helfrey drawing first blood.
Really great. Great first one.
So, Allison, what can you tell us about playing in this event here, the Iowa Open specifically? You know, the outside tables, we see what happens in the arena. What's it like out there in the field?
It's just a lot of action. I mean, it's a lot of really, really strong pool players. You know, I think watching and learning how everybody shoots is just the most fascinating thing because everybody has their own different style on the table.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a lot of different kind of areas where spectators gather in this room, and you know, there's even some areas with some overhead views and things like that. So
yeah, I thought it was really cool how they had the TVs above the tables so that you can watch what's going on as you walk by. You don't really have to just look up.
Yeah, it's really spacious room.
Yeah,
the Rack Billiard Club.
Great facility.
Yeah.
Lots of room, lots of walking room. I really love how they separate the tables from the path that people walk, so you really don't have to walk between tables to get somewhere.
Yeah, that's always something great to have, and you know, whenever a pool room is kind of tight knit, you know, it can be frustrating.
It can, yeah. You gotta like dodge and weave and maneuver and watch people's shots, and it's very spacious. This is probably my most favorite pool place so far.
Yeah, this is pretty spectacular. And as we see, Sharon Rinkert approaches the table for rack number 2. Solid break there, but it doesn't look like she's made a ball. So Jordan Helfrey going to be back at the table here. She had a lot of power in that break, too.
She did.
Yeah, the 11 just sitting in the jaws.
Sometimes with that 8 on the spot, it kind of throws off your break just a little bit.
Yeah, you got to get used to the format.
Mm-hmm.
And Jordan going to go with stripes for rack number 2. It appears the 10 ball does pass the 7.
Yep.
That was really the only possibility of an issue there. And that 10 ball does lead to the 15 ball to the bottom right corner. You might see Jordan taking note of that green and yellow stripe on the right side of the table. That's really the big problem here. You know, the combination is available. And you might see her go onto that side of the table for it right here.
Oh, clip the 10.
Yeah. No, that's going to be a tough one there. All right, so Sharon Rinkert now in control. Really just going to walk the table, take a look around. I mean, the 3 ball is the obvious shot there, but
right.
She does need to deal with the 2 and the 6. She floats under the 5. And I'd like to see her play a little low on the cue ball here. Try to bump the 2 ball. Just send it up table. Looks like she's going to roll this one in.
Oh.
Yeah, needed to go low
Tough
on the
break.
cue ball there. Didn't want to scratch in the side. That was kind of a natural tangent line straight into the side. So Jordan going to get an opportunity to solve this issue with this 14 and 9. Doesn't look like she likes the combination, so she's going to try to situate it for an open shot. Looks like 14 to the top left. And she's done well with that.
See if she can
Yeah, she's going to play the 15 here.
Yep.
Now, she doesn't necessarily need to move these. She might stay underneath, but...
Yeah, she might be able to chip away at those.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's gotten into a little bit of trouble here, Allison. She still has the 12 to the top corner. I think that's kind of the shot that's screaming out right now.
I would say so.
Yeah. She can play one rail position right between the 2 and the 6. Come right back above the 10. And she says she likes the combination here. Maybe she is.
Oh.
Yeah, that would have offered nice position on that 12, but swing and a miss.
It's a good try.
Yeah. You got to always go with your gut, Allison. Whatever you see, that's what your gut's telling you. Yeah, you got to go with that. You don't ever want to be fighting yourself.
I know what that's like.
I can imagine, being on the tables, stressful matches and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
You got to try to find a way to bring your mind to that positive position.
You just got to commit. First go. Good shot.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky. Yeah, you might see her play rail first here. And you can actually play rail first with draw. I don't know. She's going forward here. You got to look out for the 4.
Oh. She got that 2 out of there, but that's not going to be good.
Yeah, I think what happened there, she took a minute to, solve the equation there. But the actual execution seemed a bit rushed.
Yep.
I'd like to see her take a little bit more time on the get down.
Oh, she's going to... Oh.
And you know what? She's going to find a little bit of fortune.
She get that past the 8. Oh, she went on the side off the 2.
Yeah, smart shot there from Sharon. Playing that off the 2. She's got to manage the cue ball here. Some players will draw this around the 8.
Oh.
And she's going to get into trouble.
A little bit of pickle there.
Yeah. I mean, in this case, you got to play the 2 rail kick. Got to play the bottom short rail, right long rail, and come back up into the 8 ball, try to get it to the top right corner. I mean, if she hits this one right, she could send the cue ball down table. She does that, but right into the drink, so Jordan Helfrey, heavy favorite to go 2-0 ahead.
I always love these shots, these angles.
Just cut them in, go right back and forth.
They're just really pretty shots.
And there you have it, 2-0 to Jordan Helfrey. And Sharon Rinkert going to remember those errors and try to not let those happen going forward. I'll tell you, the Rack Billiard Club, fantastic place, and it's been rocking every day from open to close.
There we go. They have a great staff, too.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, the folks have been really lovely to everyone here, to both the Ultimate Pool USA staff and the spectators and players.
Just so you guys get an idea of how large the space is, it's about 30,000 square feet. They have 38 tables, 38 7-foot tables, and 7 9-foot tables. So it's a pretty large building.
Yeah, this place is huge.
I would say this would be considered a good stadium for any pool.
Oh, yeah.
Best atmosphere.
All right, so it's going to be Jordan Helfrey breaking rack 3. She's up 2-0. And just about 9 minutes off of the clock. Second ball break hits very square. Doesn't look like she's going to get a ball to fall.
Got a dry break. I believe Jordan is 14 years old.
I think you might be right.
Yep.
I know she's very young and also very talented. Competing very often with her mentor, Mr. David Matlock. Hall of Famer David Matlock, might I add. She's electing to go with the 7 ball here. And that's a curious shot because she did have other options.
Yeah, I'm not sure why she wouldn't have taken the 2 into the side.
Yeah, I mean, she did have other shots.
Come up on the 3 and then... Yep.
Yeah, she might not have liked where the cue ball was heading, so... Again, you kind of just have to go with your gut and go with what you're comfortable with. All right, so I just got the word we are going to have another match in this daytime session for you. And we're going to see the return of the magician Chris Melling right after this, taking on Carl Ball. Well, that's going to be a final 16 match in the Open. And that should be exciting. We just got to see Chase Stumpful take out Skylar Woodward in the arena. Yeah, what a nice feat for that young man. I'm a Stumpful fan. Very talented. Speaking of talent, we got these 2 talented ladies battling it out, racing to 6. Yeah, you can tell Sharon is definitely a feel player. Mm-hmm. She just knows what the picture looks like and executes.
Definitely a seasoned vet.
Yeah, she's a good player. Got to be careful here. Need that side pocket available for the 8. And she makes that work perfectly. Got to draw here. Just draw over to the right long rail. And you need to stay on the back side of the 8. And I'll tell you, she's been rolling a lot of the shots, so. Yeah, that was tricky.
She seems to be a little bit less aggressive.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that, Allison. And I'll be honest, if she kicks behind the 8 and just hits it into the 14, it looks like it's wired to go right in, and she recognizes that. Look at this shot. Oh, what a good swing.
That was a good try.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see that she recognized a shot like that. Knowledge level way up there for Sharon Rinkert. And Jordan Helfrey. That was the pressure shot right there.
Should be smooth sailing here on out.
Yeah, got to work yourself back to the 12 ball unless she's going to get there right now. I think that's what she was looking for. If she's uncomfortable with the 12 here, she's going to take the 11 off the table and get a little bit better shape. She's going to float above it here. And she's got it perfect to the bottom corner. Allison, nice run out.
Yes.
Missed opportunity there for Sharon.
Jordan's known as the prodigy on the pool table.
Yeah, she is. Is indeed. You know, it's almost like you expect her to just get out. As soon as the balls are open, she's just going to run them out.
She reads the table very quickly. I think she started playing when she was... Oh, she was young. 3?
3 years old?
I think.
Well then.
Don't quote me on that one.
I mean, definitely from an early age, but she's definitely quite talented.
It's amazing how these young kids just absorb everything like a sponge.
Definitely true. We just saw another young junior player, Gavin Matthew, taking on Rodney Morris. And that kid is a super talent as well.
Yeah, he's very good.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Yeah, some of these up-and-coming players, it's really nice to get to see them, you know, in their game's infancy. And I recall seeing players like Skylar Woodward as a kid coming up, and you're like, hey, who's that kid? He plays pretty good bar table pool, and next thing you know, he's the Moscone Cup captain.
Yep.
So
all these kids are just like the future Shane Gambonings and Feder Gorse.
Yep, absolutely.
And they really get around. They do a lot of traveling.
Yeah, life on the road can be tough, and you know, just a testament to how strong their mind is. And the determination.
Another dry break.
We've seen a few dry breaks this match so far. We're going to see how she's striking the rack here. Got a nice square hit on the second ball. That was the 9 ball. But nothing falling. Solids it is. Jordan going to attempt this one to the side, it looks. Alternatively, she can play from above it and play it down into the corner. But
she's going to go for the 1.
Yeah, and that's smart, I believe. You know, just she wanted to shoot it, and she was fighting herself to go another way. So really nice to recognize that.
Yeah, those solids are laid out pretty nice spread, pretty perfectly. I think she'll be able to get around everything just fine. She makes it look so effortless.
Yeah, she does. Great fundamentals. She's going to overroll this 4 ball. I think she can still manage it. She's going to try to hit the gap here. She can stay under it.
There we go.
And she puts the 8 ball literally right where that 1 ball was just a few shots ago. So it's going to be 7, 6, 8. Just double checking her work there. Want to make sure she falls on a correct line. Center bottom, just come off that bottom rail.
Perfect. Right into the side.
And this would put her up 4-0.
Ooh.
Rocks its way in.
Oh, wow.
But it did fall. Now, so far, pretty good performance here. And a couple of missed opportunities for Sharon Rinkert.
It's okay.
And she knows it.
Yep. Hey, it's not over yet. You never know what could happen.
That's right. Young Jordan Helfrey. She's just here to do her job. And that she is doing. Again, great crowd here. Lots of spectators coming out for the Ultimate Pool USA event here. As Jordan approaches for rag number 5. She's just 2 games away from moving forward. Big break there. Stripe flies into the side pocket. And she's going to have a decent look at this. You watch the 13 ball. Fires cross side. And that's a common ball that gets pocketed. When you go with the second ball break, you know, it's a common thing where the ball behind the head ball will cross side.
All right, we're going for solids.
Yeah, and that was really all about that 10 and the 11. If those weren't tied up, I think the stripes looked a little better, but not really as appealing with those 2 tied up.
I think I would have gone with solids.
So it's right on the back side of this 4. And you might see Jordan draw this back into the rail and come back up. Well, she's looking like she wants to get under the 6 and shoot it to the top right.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And look at the control here. I'll tell you, she's kind of picked up her pace just a little bit as compared to how she started this match. Just kind of getting her bearings. Doesn't even brush the rail on its way in.
Nope.
Allison, she's playing great.
She is.
Yeah, she's really looking good out there. Not really making many errors. Soft draw here, 8-ball to the side, and she's going to be on the hill. Sharon Rinkert really not playing terrible, just losing the cue ball a little bit later in the racks.
I feel like she's having a tough time finding a little bit of a rhythm there.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
She seems a little choppy on her strides.
Yeah, she's been making great shots, and
Yeah.
just again losing the cue ball a little bit later in the racks. Got out of position on the 8-ball, got out of position on the ball before the 8-ball.
Mm-hmm. And she's had her dry breaks.
Yeah, and those are definitely going to sting when you got Jordan Helfrey sitting in the opponent's chair.
There's really not a lot of room for error when you have an opponent like that. Haven't really seen her play many safeties either.
Yeah, Jordan, once the balls are open, she just runs out.
Yep.
Super strong.
Really
and again, she's going to be on the hill now. So Sharon Rinkert coming up in rack number 7, and she's looking to get on the board.
Let's see if we can get a ball in the break on this.
She's been breaking the second ball.
There we go.
All right,
3
success.
in the corner. Not a great spread, but
Yeah, this is very much less than ideal. And really not a ton of open shots. Look at this.
wow.
That is just such an odd
That's
table.
a little brutal.
Yeah, it
I'm
is.
not going to lie.
I mean, if I'm Sharon at this point, I'm swinging for the fences.
Yeah.
My opponent's on the hill. I don't have any.
There we go.
She found something.
Okay.
Fantastic.
She could get the green stripe. Does that clear? No.
It doesn't look like it does clear, but if she hits it full with a lot of right-hand spin, center right, slow speed, she can twist it into the pocket. That right-hand spin will throw that green stripe into the side pocket from there. It looks like she might be recognizing that here. Yeah, she needed a little bit slower pace. She did put the right English on it, but needed to hit it a lot slower.
Yeah, she got things broken up a little bit, but kind of leaves. Well, Jordan's got that one. Shot on that one, possibly.
Yeah, it's going to be a back cut on the 1 ball. She's going to try to drag this, perhaps. Not sure what her tangent line looks like exactly.
All right, down on the 4.
Yeah, she clipped into the 9 there. Didn't see the reaction, but a bit of good fortune, I would think. But still a few things to kind of figure out.
She's a little bit blocked in.
Yeah, she might end up trying to shoot the 2 ball from here.
All right, yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
really nice. She would have preferred to be just a hair lower on the 2 in order to get the 11 out of the way, but she does still have options. She can stop it here, maybe play the 7.
Yep.
Yeah. Jordan playing a very smart and calculated game, keeping everything very natural.
Now she's got to get back down table. That shouldn't be too hard.
Well, she did end up kind of straight here.
Mm.
So you might see that draw stroke come out. It'll be bottom right if she does. Ooh, she could stun
There
it
we
right
go.
through everything.
There
What a
we
shot.
go. That's great. Beautiful.
How about Jordan Helfrey, huh, Allison?
She's on fire. I think she's competed in some World 9-ball competitions too. Playing really strong in those as well.
Yeah, very young, very talented. Such a bright future for this young lady.
I'm curious to see where she's going to be at in 5 years.
I'm curious to see in 6 months. I mean, she's playing great. This is flawless pool.
It really is.
I mean, did she miss an open shot once, maybe?
One time, I think it was.
Yeah, that's such a great performance. And it's no wonder she's making a name for herself. All right, 8-ball for the win.
Oh.
She went with the bank shot there.
Didn't think she would do that.
Yeah, that was
Oh.
very rare type of swing from Jordan, but
All right, let's see if Sharon can make a comeback here.
All right, nice opening shot there. And the 15 and the 13 tied up. I can't tell what the space is like between those. But if they are close together or frozen, both of those will allow that to be pocketed. If we can see the overhead, if those are frozen.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, if you hit full into that 11, it will drag the 13 into the pocket, and it will go. It doesn't look like it's lined up, but that will end up happening.
She played safe.
Look at this shot.
Really nice.
Yeah, Sharon Rinkert, like a strong defensive shot there. If this doesn't give ball in hand to Sharon, Jordan's got a super shot coming for us.
Let's see what she's got.
Wow.
Oh.
What a swing.
That was a really great try.
She's going to foul. Ball in hand to Sharon Rinkert. Needs to get on the board. I mean, there's still 17 minutes and change here.
Just kind of mapping it out.
Man, Allison, this is not the greatest layout either.
It's not.
Yeah, this is kind of tricky. She's got to play one more really strong positional shot. You've got to play the 13 ball, back and forth with the cue ball, and arrive perfectly straight on the 15 to the bottom left.
Ooh, that almost didn't go.
Well, you know
did.
what? It fell.
It sure did.
And you might see Sharon try to play defense again, try to get the cue ball behind the 12. Just got to watch where the 15 goes. Yeah, that was always a possibility. So she's going to open it up. So it looks like Jordan Helfrey has the green light to go ahead and take the shutout. Yeah. She's such a strong player, though. It's hard to fade.
She sure is. Nice shot. Nice shot.
All right.
It's really great.
Yep. Sharon Rinkert, good effort, but
really great.
Not enough to take off. It's Jordan Helfrey.
A lot of talent.
Yeah. All right. Well, Allison, thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And when we come back, Kyle Ball and Chris Melling. More Iowa Open action. Be right back.
Well, welcome back. Let's get a few words with our latest winner. Jordan, congratulations. Into the quarterfinals of the Women's Open, and a very smooth performance there.
Thank you. Yeah, I played on it, the live table not long ago, and I think I'm getting more used to it as I get out there. and I just felt comfortable just going for the quarterfinal.
Coming in as the national champion, obviously a great title to win. Obviously there's a lot more eyeballs, a lot more people expecting things from you from this event as well. Arguably one of the favourites, if not the favourite. But because you've had that experience out on the arena table, does it feel like that you have maybe a little bit more of an advantage when you play against somebody that's inexperienced out there?
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, you get that practice and you get the roll of it and the lights. You know, it really is kind of an advantage being able to do that, and it's really helpful for future.
I want to get a sense of how it is for you. Obviously, you've got so many people that have been supporting you, have been touting you. Do you feel any external pressure from people when you're at the table? Is it something that, or is it something you can just put aside and just get on and play the game?
You know, there's a little pressure, you know, being like the only girl out there sometimes, but you know, I got a lot of people supporting me, and that's really helpful. And they don't give me pressure. It's just kind of a little bit of a relief.
Yeah, and obviously with Dave, you know, Dave Matlock, you know, spending a lot of time with you, trying to help you and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the game each week is just getting stronger and stronger?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Dave, you know, he's a great guy. I love practicing with him. He showed me so much, and he's also another big supporter.
So you're still going in the juniors as well, coming up short in the Open this time, but in the juniors, in the women's, still have a lot of ball to play.
Yeah, I'm excited though. I'm ready to keep playing.
Yeah. Well, good luck in both. We'll see you again, no doubt, later on in the weekend. But congratulations on the win here, and we'll see you again. We're going to move on though. We have got one more match for you here in the afternoon session, and it is from the last 16 of the Iowa Open. Send it to commentary.
Thank you very much, Simon. And Jordan Helfrey there on fire. Well done to her. And I'm sure, like Simon says, we will see her again today as she ploughs through the field. So, we turn our attention back to the Iowa Open. And the man we saw earlier today, Chris Melling. And he's taking on Cal Boll.
He saw it.
There is Chris Melling, ready and waiting, and that's his opponent, Cal Boll. Tony Holgate, and a pleasure to be joined in the commentary box by Mr. Simon Webb.
Yeah, nice to be here. Thanks, Tony. I hope I can remember how to do this. It's been a minute. Yeah, I used to commentate hundreds of hours at a time, and it's been probably 4 months since I've been anywhere near a commentary box. But it's good to be back.
Yeah, I was just saying earlier what a fantastic talent Jordan Helfrey is.
Yeah, absolutely. I just asked her on an interview about how much pressure she feels coming into these events with a lot of people touting her as, you know, the superstar in the waiting and stuff, and she always seems to deal with it so well. She said that she does feel it, but it's not a, you know, it's not a bad thing at all. We're really excited to see how she progresses, not just this weekend, but over the course of the next few years, because she really is a superstar in the waiting, and if not a superstar now. Not the start, though, that Chris Melling wanted.
No, so we get our first look at Cal Boll. Going to attack the solids.
I think the early part of this match is huge for Cal, because we know Chris is on it. You know, he's had an unbelievable weekend so far. Won the shootout. Made the 10-ball final. Played unbelievably well earlier on.
Yeah, coasted through against Joey Gray. So he is the man on form. But this is a great opportunity for Cal Boll to play in this fantastic arena, in this wonderful billiard hall. The Rack Billiard Club, of course, here in Des Moines, Iowa. Bit chilly outside.
Yeah, snow's coming down.
Yeah.
This layout looks not too bad. Apart from that, I don't think the 8 goes. And it's way it's laid out here. You may end up leaving the 8. Oh, he was trying to. I think must have been trying to hold on the 5 to have the angle to move the 8, which would make sense because you're guaranteed to then be on the 1. Doesn't have the good angle. Might be able to manufacture it, but probably not. Would need too much side.
Yeah, you don't get a great deal of opportunity against Chris Melling when he's in the form he is. And you feel that you need to take every single chance when you get one if you're going to be competitive against him.
Yeah, completely agree.
Nice shot there, though. Covered the situation. It's all about that 8-ball. I'm not sure it does slide into that top corner at all.
I don't think it does. I don't think it goes either way. Yeah, I think he's going to have to move it. And it's dangerous to leave it last because you're then moving it and playing on it. But the further he goes into this visit, the more that could become a likelihood. He'll look to get the angle now on the 5 and then try and use the 1. Twice across, needs a big bounce. Not going to get there again. It's very similar to the previous angle.
You're running out of opportunities to get the 8-ball into play. Oops, that was close.
Well, it would have solved the problem of how to get on the 8,
yeah.
because it would have been Chris at the table. Has he gone too far? He's gone too far here.
I don't know if he could play it off the very fine edge of that 13 and try and...
I don't think so.
I don't think it does. It's very, very thin.
It is, but that's what he's looking at.
These tend to go... You hit them thick and it will bump into the rail, but...
Yeah, you'd think it's going to miss thick if he plays that shot.
Don't know. It's got to be very, very fine.
Yeah, I couldn't see it, especially at that pace. It was like you had to feather it.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, that was the problem throughout the whole visit. Never solved. And when you play an 8-ball pool, you've got to solve those problems early. You mentioned it. You know, give Chris a little bit of freedom out there, and he's going to get stronger. Not go the other way. You feel see it so often that he just relaxes and almost becomes exhibition Chris.
Hello.
Ooh.
How close was that?
Yeah.
And you'd have left him plumb on that 5-ball as well if it stayed out.
Stopped in his tracks as well. Caught Chris off guard, that one.
Has he got started run through that?
Has he got a good natural here? Or is the natural going... Yeah, he's having to dig it just a little bit. Oh, that's a touchier shot than it looked. That was well played.
Yeah, he's so good at those, Chris. Super control. And this is going to be the first rack to the man from England. And in goes the 8.
Yeah, disappointing start for Cal, more than a great start for Chris Melling, in terms of it was Cal's chance out there and he didn't take it. And yes, he's an underdog for this match, but the only way he deals with that is to run racks, because he's not going to get multiple chances.
Well, he's obviously playing very well to be this deep into the tournament, so...
Yeah.
But it's coming out there in that arena, on that table. I mean, he's been playing the entire weekend out on the sidelines.
Yeah.
And then you come onto that match cloth on that Brunswick Tournament Elite, and it's a fantastic table. But my word, it's pacey.
It
is.
is.
Cloth reactive as well.
Yeah. So it's only the first rack. Okay. Given that, an edgy one out there, but take the next chance and then you can get away from there. It is his break, so he essentially lost one on Chris's break, which sometimes is easier to deal with. I know that Chris is a big advocate for that. He feels less pressure when he makes a mistake off his opponent's break than his own. And it's a fabulous break.
Yeah, lovely break. Got lots of power into that with very little effort as well.
Quick first glance across the table here. It looks like he doesn't have a problem to solve this time, so it's more about the route. Whichever set he goes, there's nothing tied up here. He's overrun this one. I don't know about you, Tony, but when you see the stripes, immediately thinking about the 10 connecting to the one on the rail to connect to the 8-ball, so he wasn't playing on this one at the bottom of the table, and therefore he's run way too far up the table. may have to take the 10 and reroute.
And that's the thing about that cloth and that table. That shot, he was probably perfect if he was playing out on the outer arena, but this is an awkward.
And what's frustrating is that the layout's so good that if he pulls up 6-8 inches short of where he was, it's actually fairly routine. You know, it's very, very controllable from there. And that first shot's got away from him.
Yep, and he's left Chris straight in on these solids. So 2 opportunities Cal Boll has had, and both have escaped him.
I have to say, Tony, it's good to be back commentating with you. Missed it.
Have you missed me?
I've missed commentating with you.
Thanks, buddy. Chris in A1 shape here. Couple of ways you can go. You can just drop this in and play the 5 to the left, or put it in a bit more pace. Maybe nudge into the 8, which he didn't, so he played the form up. This has been a nice simple roll in.
He just left a little awkward angle.
He should be able to bump into the stripe on the rail, then just hold for the 8. Nicely done. And Chris Melling is 2 racks to the good against Cal Boll.
Yeah, good start. This is the last 16, looking for a place in the quarterfinals.
Manny Perez had a good win earlier.
He did indeed. Knocking out Justin Bergman 7-5. So disappointing end to the weekend for Justin. Disappointing tournament, even though he has made a final and 2 semis.
Yeah, it could have been out a bit earlier as well if Eric Charlton
had
dispatched that last stripe.
Just quickly run through the last 16 lineup for you. Craig Waddingham and Shane Thompson are just underway. Joe Prince and Tom Cousins, they've got plenty of previous over here in America, and Tom's got the opening rack. Chase Stumpful, who saw have that great win over Skylar Woodward's, taking on Rodney Morris. Manny Perez, who we just mentioned, beat Justin. He's taking on Dennis Hatch. That'll be going on shortly. Rob Matson will take on Tyler Steyer. Nick Evans and Mike Banks Jr. are about to get underway. And then Declan Brennan and Jovan Bustamante. They round out the last 16. That is your lineup. Eight ball flies in. That comes back up. Made other balls, but now that we play UPL 8 ball rules, that doesn't matter. If you make the 8, it counts as making a ball. The only variation from international 8 ball rules is essentially that rule there. A couple of smaller ones with moving a ball with your cue and a few other bits, but that's essentially the only rule that really matters. And a slightly strange one, as in the 8 ball spot is covered, so it comes down below the 8 ball spot as close to the bottom rail as possible.
Yeah, work to be done here for Chris. His first 2 visits in the opening racks have been pretty straightforward. But as you said, Simon, that 8 ball is lodged against the 13.
It's a completely different layout than the opening one that Cal had. But it's interesting now to see how early Chris is attacking. And it's not gone great, you know, but he's going to have a tough ball now to try and recover. But my point being that Cal kind of was waiting for that perfect moment to go and do it, rather than just doing it as quickly as he possibly could. All Chris cared about at the beginning of this visit is moving that 8 ball.
Yeah, he doesn't mind leaving himself a tougher pot, because he backs himself to knock these in.
He was hoping to land fuller on the ball, and therefore the cue ball would be up above the 8 ball spot here, making this a lot easier. Oh, great recovery.
Right in the heart of the pocket.
Beautiful shot.
There he goes. See him get onto the 2 next. 5 will be in the side.
He's overhit it.
He has overhit it.
Significantly. Oh, just pulls up. Might move some balls here though. Oh, just easy control. Beautiful shot again.
So smooth. And this is the thing. Cal Bowl had those 2 opportunities. The thing is, you know it full well that this man is going to at some point start breaking and running as well on top. You cannot keep him away. And he's in really good form as well on top of that.
He really is. Cal will be thinking about that opening rack right now. Why didn't I get that cannon right? And then I'd be 1-0 up, putting the pressure onto Chris rather than giving Chris some freedom at the start of the match. Winner of this match will play the winner of Chase Stumpful and Rodney Morris. They're on the opening rack still. Joe Prince has won rack 2 against Tom Cousins. They're all square at 1-1, and Shane Thompson's taken the opening rack against Craig Waddingham. All British quarter of the draw, that one. Craig, Shane, Joe and Tom.
And a dry break from Cal Bowl. And what's he left? Chris Melling. A nice congested part of the table down near that right hand side pocket. Straight down for the 12 ball. Will he play it now? Because he's going to go into that 7 and he won't want to flick off that, so he might have to leave that. Yeah, he beat Joey Gray with 20 minutes left to spare as well on the clock, Chris Melling.
Gone a bit too far again.
Shake of the head.
He kind of needs to get to the... do these... Can you make these as a combo? Doesn't look like it. He's eyeing up though. You certainly can. Played beautifully.
Well, the 13 is perfect to get onto that ball that's next to the 6. So just like put this 12 ball up for the 13, come round the back of the 8 ball, and 11 into the side pocket on the left.
Gone a bit far again, possibly, if he was going to use the 2 rails. Gets loads of English on it, makes it look easy.
Chris Melling has really got that cue ball on the piece of string at the moment. In goes the 8 and 4, racks to 0. Melling shifting through the gears, starting to pull away.
He's so entertaining for so many people, is Chris, the way he goes about the game. He's very flamboyant. Cue ball does a lot of work out there. I tell you what, the crew get happy when they see him play, and they play well. They're thinking this is our last match before the afternoon break for the crew to go and get some food and refreshments. And the quicker that Chris wins it, if he wins it, the longer break they get.
Yeah, indeed.
So the crew are happy right now.
There's Pat Dixon there in the background from Charlotte.
Absolute legend is Pat.
He's a great guy.
It's hitting that second ball break. Very solid. Quite a lot of power in there.
Well, fortunately for Chris, the stripe dropped in at the bottom of the table as well, so we will stay there.
An 8-ball again.
Much like 2 racks ago.
Yeah, 8-ball spots covered again.
Yeah, referee Mark Goff there. But it's as close as possible to the spot and sticks it to the 9. However, that 8-ball does go straight into that right-hand corner pocket, so he doesn't have to move this one.
I saw Chris grimace when he saw the layout. He wasn't happy, but actually, everything goes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Doesn't actually have to move a ball here.
Asking for the cue ball to be cleaned. So obviously didn't get the reaction off that cue ball that he wanted, and well, maybe just thought there's maybe a bit of dust or something, or a bit of chalk stuck to it, but it's not going to make any difference.
Next shot's not an absolute certainty.
Just draws straight back here. I think you can come past that 12 ball.
You've got to get up. You're going to have to get up pretty close to the straight, otherwise you cause yourself an issue. It's gone past it, which also causes an issue. So that's why that was a tricky shot.
Might have to rub into the 9 here.
Yeah. Is he going wider than that though?
Don't know. I wonder if he could borrow a bit of pocket and actually go more narrow and just flick the 8. But no, he's looking at the 9.
What about drawing it back and going 2 rails? Maybe get to the middle of the top of the table. You're leaving yourself the half ball 8 then, but you're on it.
Yeah, I know what he wants to do. If he's got the angle, is to pop that 2 in, push the cue ball through into the 9. It hits the 8 into the bottom rail, and the cue ball comes down with it, and he'll have the 8 ball in the bottom left. But
could end up on nothing here.
Yeah, they can do. It can go wrong.
You can end up on nothing unless your name's Chris Melling, and then it comes out like an absolute dream. What a shot that is. Beautiful work from Chris once again.
That's rack number 5.
Less than 13 minutes played in this match, and he is 5-0 up. 4.5 minutes for the opening rack as well. So just to put it into context, the rhythm he's suddenly got himself into.
Yeah, it's just one visit to the table, go back to the chair with another rack in my pocket.
And he's got to keep that focus. Things can turn around. I remember the match in Phoenix, Arizona. Okay, he was playing a professional in Nick de Leon rather than Cal, but he was cruise control, long way up, and almost took his eye off a couple of things and got a little casual out there, and Nick turned it around and got the win. So,
yeah, I remember that very well.
Oh, you're commentating on it.
I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he missed a couple of balls, Chris, towards him. But and the 5-0 when he went in front of Nick, they were all like this, just, I think, well, this is all over. And then Nick had other ideas, and credit to Nick de Leon, he played some fantastic ball after that. One out in particular towards the end was incredible. A couple of bank shots and all sorts.
Really was fantastic performance from Nick. Good to see him back here this week, and
yeah, it's always a pleasure to have him.
Hopefully we'll see him in South Florida.
Well, I did see him last night, and he was looking where to go and sign up, so I think we will.
Yeah. Strange layout here. Every ball on the right-hand side of the table, but also a pretty good layout. Looking at the combination here, could just play the 5. Looks like he wants to play the combination, keep it cleaner if he makes it. I can see why. Yeah, that's a nice shot.
Yeah, dealt with that very well indeed. You've got those 2 balls there jammed in the side pocket.
I was just wondering, if you play the 1, how easy is it to keep the pocket open? If you play the 1 as a combination, I feel like you could definitely block the path for the 6 rather. So easy if you catch just the high side of the 1 and you don't make the stripe as well.
I think, I was going to say, I think you could possibly make both balls there.
Yeah, which would be fine.
You don't really want to be on the bottom rail playing this shot.
No.
Really, bit up the table would have been a whole lot better.
Yeah, 6 has gone too high up the table, needs a bump.
Oh.
Yeah, it's gone wrong.
Yeah, and there's no way you can play that 6 ball, not the 14 and the 6 behind it. That doesn't go. So he has a slight angle on the 2, and this is going to take a heck of a lot of cue power.
Yeah, really got to get through this one. Didn't get into it enough. Got the power, not position on the cue ball.
No, I think Chris, if he can't play the combo up there, I don't know if he can get 13 onto the 14 and make it. If he can't, it'll be a safety played here.
He had a quick look to see if he could play something up the table to just rearrange it and play safe.
He must think he can put it clean, judging by that shot.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
Not from my view here.
Oh, this is very delicate. What a shot that is.
It's just, to get the pace right there is just ridiculous.
I know that looks really simple to many of you watching at home, but that is artistry to me. That was fabulous.
He's playing at a whole another level, is this man at the moment. Cue, mind in perfect harmony as Chris goes through the balls. 8 goes in and he's on the hill.
Chris Meling is on the hill, 1 away from the quarterfinals. He'll be the first man there if he gets there. Craig Waddingham is 3-0 down to Shane Thompson at the top of the draw. Joe Prince and Tom Cousins all square at 2s. Rodney Morris is 2-1 up over Chase Stumpful. And Chris Meling will play the winner of that match. It could be Rodney and Chris again, but Chase will have a big say in it. Chase is playing well. Manny Perez is 1-0 down to Dennis Hatch. Manny knocking out Justin Bergman in the previous round. Rob Matson and Tyler Starr are yet to register a rack on the board. Mike Banks Jr. is 2-1 up over Nick Evans, and Declan Brennan from Northern Ireland is 1-0 up over Jovan Bustamante, who made the final last time we were here in Iowa of the Open. Lost out to Tom Cousins. They're in top and a half of the draw and bottom half of the draw. It could happen again. A lot of work for them to do, though. And right now, Cal Boll is seriously worried about playing another shot in this year's Iowa Open. Toughest layout that Chris has had, though,
Yep.
Tony?
Yeah, definitely. Having a good look at this up there.
I suppose if the 9 passes the 10, the stripes aren't bad. In fact, if the 9 passes the 10, the stripes are very good, but it doesn't look like it does at all.
What if you just feather the 15 in here and just get on the ball in the side pocket and go into them? He's got the angle there now.
Yeah, using the 5 to hold the position and hold the angle.
He'll get rid of the 13 first anyway, because you don't want to leave those 2 like they are at the bottom. 13 and 14 are just a bit clumsy there.
It's interesting to me if he gets rid of them both, because you're putting all your eggs in getting that shot right up the table, which is always dangerous.
Yeah, I think he leaves the 14. No, he's not.
Yeah, 8 is up there, though, isn't it?
But he must fancy that 9 to go past the 10 then. That's all I can say, because he certainly wouldn't have took both of these at the bottom.
Doesn't want to be straight or hooked.
He's hooked. Oh, can he get through to the 9?
9 can't go. I mean, it's closer than it looks to me. It looks nowhere to me, but he's had it many looks at it.
He's right down at table level now.
He also has to put it in with some pace now as well, if it does go. Can't just drop it in. I don't know what you're worried about, Tony.
No.
Oh, he's went that
Flew
one.
in.
Absolutely flew in.
Once again, sublime position for Chris Melling. And a nice bit of extra spin on the cue ball there, just for good measure. Lovely little shot, but
Cue ball's going to be moving here as well. This all of a sudden isn't guaranteed. He's pointing to it. Bottom left corner. Watch out. He might bank this. Gone for the bank. And rejected. Well, chip in a chair, isn't it, for Cal Bolt? Chip in a chair. He's got a chance.
well, I can tell you this, if he lays a snooker, Meling is probably one of the best in the world at coming out of multiple cushions and kicking balls well.
He's got great snooker. If that 8 stays on the... oh, no. No, that is not the way that Cowboy wanted to end the match. Had to attack there. Couldn't lay the snooker. It wouldn't have done no good. Chris Meling has booked his place into the quarter-finals. And that is our afternoon session done. Chris Meling marches on. He's the first man there into the quarters. All the other last 16s are currently going on around the room. You can keep up to date with all the scores on ultimatepoolusa.com. And we will be back at 5 p.m. You've got yourself about an hour and 45 minutes to go and get yourself some food. Get yourself ready for what will be a very entertaining evening of pool. We will have all the finals, the opens, the juniors, the women, and we will crown 6 champions in total, 3 of them here on the arena table. So join us at 5 p.m. for the conclusion of the Iowa Open.